Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. Obviously, it's a little on the early side. Maybe a little earlier than maybe even any of us, maybe even me, wanted to get started today. Maybe it should never have been this early in the first place. It should never have gotten this early. What flavor is your woo? I think mine is quantum. But it can be hard to say for sure, of course. It's not like woo measurement is a science. It's more like an art. Hi, Boba Fett. What flavor is your woo? My woo is flavored subjectively. You know, I wanted to tell you how you perceive me is what I tell you. I'm smart, I'm handsome, I'm creative, I'm intuitive. I've got vision directly into the world's underpinnings. Ergo, perceive me how I insist you perceive me. That feels to me like sixth slot FE. Hi, I'm Joe. I want to tell you something about myself. I'm very smart, very creative, very insightful, and I changed the world. Really? Yes. Maybe you could try demonstrating some of those things rather than simply instructing me that's how you are. But this morning, well, let's be honest, it doesn't really promise to be uh ultra compelling morning. I'm up a lot earlier than I would like to have been up. I can't even count the number of times I had to get up and pee last night, which is ridiculous. I think I might be pre-diabetic or something. I ate a shit ton of peach rings before bed. But it may just be that I'm beauty and I'm grace. I'm wisdom and I'm taste. I'm insight and a vase, a very fancy vase. These are all the things that are Eric. Well, Elaine, you'll be pleased to know that I spent a little bit more time working on my Minecraft. The problem I have is this. I can't find my original dungeon that I started digging. So I started digging another dungeon. And now guess what? Now I'm out of wood. And I can't make any more torches until I go outside again to get more wood. No, I have not enslaved any animals. I did try to attack a chicken and a pig, but I lost to them. Play Pal World. I've never even heard of Pal World. But I won't eliminate the possibility of playing it. I find I do somewhat rather enjoy Minecraft. I don't hate it. But like, I don't really want to have to go outside that much in Minecraft. I want to stay in my dungeon. And unfortunately, you will run out of wood if you stay in your dungeon. You need some goals. I do need goals. G, goals. O, only goals. All A, all goals. L, love goals. Aman Singh, welcome and good morning. We've been waiting for you this whole time. I'm so glad you're here. Not the intuitive version of Minecraft. I think goals are the intuitive version of Minecraft, maybe. Actual goals, you know. Instead of, I need to get some more trees for my dungeon. Well, here's the deal about digging tunnels through the mountain. You don't have to worry about elevation change so much. When you go outside, try walking around, you might find yourself like getting stuck underneath some trees. You have to walk up hills and stuff. Underneath the mountain, it's just nice, long, straight corridors. Just like in real life. Everybody likes long, straight corridors. I'm doing a loader prequel. Well, I like to think that I'm constructing the back rooms underneath the mountain in Minecraft. It's just a permanently liminal space with vague fluorescent lighting coming from no place in particular. Maybe some very reverby, faint sound of Africa by Toto playing in the background. Like if Minecraft were really a cool game, I'd be able to set it up such that at every spot in the dungeon, you can just faintly hear a highly reverbed out Africa by Toto in the distance. And you can make dungeons filled with monsters. I think at some point you can plant spawners. I don't want there to be monsters. I want them, I want there to be, I want to train animals to sing instead, right? Like, how beautiful would it be to have a choir of sheep singing Africa by Toto? Ba 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 ba. That's how sheep sing. Um, I wonder if you can make a hot air balloon in Minecraft. Hot air balloon. I love hot air balloons. Because of your hot air balloon, you can float majestically in the sky. So, obviously we're up a little earlier than we wanted to be. You know what they say in the Vatican? There's no accounting for taste. You might wonder, Eric, why did they say that in the Vatican? I don't know, divine revelation maybe? Alright, I refilled my coffee. I refilled my coffee. But my soul remains empty. What song should play as you enter the room? What song should play as I enter a given room? Probably Pomp and Circumstance. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Everyone's clapping as I'm waving to them. What's he graduating from? He's not graduating. He's just got a lot of pomp. Does he also have a lot of circumstance? More pomp than circumstance, really. That was Ric Flair's thing, pomp and circumstance? Really? I'll tell you this, though. When an INFP enters the room, that's not the song that plays. The song that plays when an INFP enters the room is this. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. That's the song that is an INFP's entry music. Because, INFPs aren't in any hurry. They're going to Scarborough Fair. Why? They want to get some parsley, some sage, some rosemary, some thyme. Why do they want to get those things? Well, they're considering maybe later on making an herb bundle. They're not sure. They're likely to get stuck on the sage, you know. They get the parsley, then they get just dragged down into uncertainty by which variety of sage to get. They end up just, staying in Scarborough Fair for a long time, trying to pick sage out. Eventually they go back home and they just have some now wilted parsley. But that's what makes INFPs so special. They have magic carpets, and they go to Scarborough Fair for herbs. Another very popular INFP song is, "Oh my God, it's raining on my window. I'm sitting with my knees up in my bulky sweater." That's the most INFP song of all. It's called "My Love Affair with Bulky Sweaters" by INFP. You know what? One of the things I love about bulky sweaters is that when I put on my bulkiest sweater and put my knees up in it and sit by the window when it's raining, people can't tell if I have big tits or not. Because that shouldn't matter, That shouldn't matter at all. I'm musing right now in my bulky sweater about what should matter and what shouldn't. Or at least what I might deem matters if I get around to making those determinations. Sorry, INFPs, I don't mean to be teasing you. Although I know you're a lot less sensitive than me. Because at least you've got conscious relationship with your feeling. So I did successfully take the trash up to the street last night. I'm pretty proud of myself for that. I was considering leaving that task till this morning. I'm glad I didn't. Now I don't have to take the trash cans up. You want me to let you in? There you go. He doesn't really believe that he should have to use a cat door, I think he's a little offended by the fact that, why do you have special, second-class citizen doors for us cats? Well, the answer, of course, is because the cats can't turn the doorknob. They lack thumbs. I like to tease species of animals that don't have opposable thumbs for their inability to turn things. Stupid cats, no opposable thumbs. Well, my thumbs may oppose me. This poop right now seems eager to cooperate. Okay. Measure the circumference of your head this way and this way. That's how big my poop in my butt is. It's as big as your entire head. I'm sure it looks a lot like your head too. I think if I were really a good YouTuber, each day when I pooped, I would poop out the head of a different person who was a talking festival. Like maybe this morning, I'll poop out Elaine's head. Maybe tomorrow, Boba Fett's head. Although since Boba Fett was first to arrive here today, I guess fairness demands that I poop out his head first. I think I got a pretty good sense of what he looks like. I'm not sure I'll be able to get the hair right. He's kind of got longish hair. But I should be able to sculpt all the features perfectly with my butthole. I'm not very good with my hands, like making stuff or whatever. But my butthole is actually excellent with its hands. My butthole was actually voted Sculptor of the Year 2020, 2021, 2022. But I got second place last year. This year, I plan to have my butthole return to its rightful place at the top of the world sculpting ranks. Oh, this is going to be... Right now, Boba Fett, I'm working on your nose, your forehead. Here come your ears. And oh my God, you have such a beautiful smile. Anyways, it's a perfectly formed, actual size, scale 1 to 1. Boba Fett's head rendered in my poo. If I were to sit this poo out in front of Boba Fett's house, people who were knocking at the door to see him would be like, "Oh, you're right here. Boy, you stink." All right, so my total number of poops in my butt now is reduced by 1. I have 1 fewer poop in my butt than I started the day with. I can poop with my butt. Sculpting Boba Fett's head. It looks just like his face, and then I know it's time for bed. I'm going poo. I'm going poo out from my butt. It looks like Boba Fett, his head, I guess. And now my poop is in the toilet, yeah. A whole new poop. All right. Well, that's a successful beginning to the morning, you know. You can't just assume that poop's gonna happen. You have to put in the time, the effort. You have to have the vision. And obviously you need to have some poop in your butt. These are all preconditions to going poop. It's all dramatic while you're just digging holes and shit. Well, excuse you, Eric, if I please, hands up. You mean you don't think I should have pooped Boba Fett's head first? You think I should have done you first? Don't worry, Lane. Tomorrow. I don't know what you look like, but my butt does. My butt's like a blind autistic savant. Even though he's never seen you, he can perfectly sculpt your face. Just by the sound of your voice. I heard your voice yesterday, so my butt now knows what your face looks like. You might ask, but Eric, does your butt even have ears? Yes, it does. My butthole has endowed in it all of the five senses. It can see, it can hear, it can taste, it can smell, and it can touch. It touches lives. What are you doing? I'm going to Eric's to have my life touched by his butthole. It's a good plan. I'm going to touch your life all night with my butthole, yeah. What do I do? What is my job? What is my profession? Touching lives. That's what I do. Like this morning, before I started streaming, your life was completely untouched. Now it's thoroughly molested. What do? I change lives. I touch people in their heart. I'm like a living, breathing Make-A-Wish Foundation, except you don't have to have cancer, and I don't grant any wishes. So in other words, it's like a better version of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Like, yeah, I got a wish. I wish I didn't have cancer. I'm not sure why none of the children who've been afforded a wish by the Make-A-Wish Foundation thought to wish that they didn't have cancer. That would seem to me the most obvious wish. Instead, they pick something dumb like, I want to go to Disneyland. Whoa. I'm sure Disneyland will be fun, but you're still going to have cancer after you get back, you know? What kind of cancer? Deadly cancer. No, frankly, I think the Make-A-Wish Foundation is just really kind of evil. It's incentivizing children to get cancer. I seriously doubt any good is going to come from incentivizing children to get cancer by offering them free wishes, you know? If I were a parent of a child, I'd write a sternly worded letter to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Instead, I'm the parent of an adult child. So even if she were to get cancer, she would not be afforded any wishes. I think I might start the Make-A-Fish Foundation, in which I go visit oncology wards in children's hospitals and force them to carve fish. At least then they're being productive, you know? They're not just exploiting the sympathies of others for free wishes. Hi, Trouble. Yes, you're a good kitty. Yes, you are. And you want me to watch you eat, don't you? Yes, I can tell. I can sense the spirit of kitchen in your heart. So with a poop-free butt, I am ready to move forward into the day with a little bit more vigor. What about the sixth sense? Is my anus intuitive? Yeah, it's highly intuitive. Psychic even, okay? Like, my butthole... Well, I've not admitted this before, but it was really my butthole that figured out Jungian cognitive functions. Because that's just how it rolls, you know? So it's 5:18, pretty early in the morning still. And I think it's fair to say I've got very finite amount of energy today. I'm tired, you know. I need to get some sleep today, more sleep. But but I've got a couple of kind of errandy chore things I need to do today. Not a whole lot, but you know, yesterday was a pretty slow day. Rachel didn't get up at all day long. She was in bed all the way until I went to bed. She didn't sleep well the night before. She didn't watch football games with me, but that was fine. Uh, I enjoyed watching them by myself just fine. Christmas tree, beer, Santa, fire, ornaments, fire, tent, tree. Okay. So I think the story you're telling there is first you cut down a tree, then you get drunk, pretend you're Santa Claus, accidentally light the tree on fire, try to put it out with ornaments, but the ornaments are flammable, burns down your entire house. You go to live in a tent, and repeat, you know, repeat. Yeah, you know, SI is kind of annoyingly important in the sense that I can only feel so enthusiastic about life if I'm running a sleep deficit, you know, like I am right now. I could potentially overcome that sleep deficit somewhat by taking a sufficient amount of Adderall. But even then, it's like I'm not really fully. I mean, I'm not operating on all cylinders, you know. I fall into this pattern of getting too little sleep, getting up, taking Adderall, getting sufficient juice for some stretch of hours, few hours or whatever, but utilizing that juice to do this, to live stream. When I get tired of live streaming, I stop live streaming, I discover I don't really have any remaining juice to accomplish anything else, you know? So, I don't know what the long and the short of that is, except well, yesterday I accomplished some things. You know, before the first football game, I drove out into the wilderness in a little wilderness car and filled up bed of it, you know, the back of it with rocks. because I need to finish dealing with the mailbox, which is just a muddy disaster out there by the mailbox. I got enough rocks that I should be able to make that whole area rocks. And then I can put gravel on top of it so it doesn't pop your tires or whatever. All right. Well, I've got 30 milligrams of Adderall dissolved into me at the moment, which has successfully made me feel just back to baseline. I'm not feeling energetic or gacked out at all because when you're running a sleep deficit, then the Adderall just brings you back to baseline after a week or so. And what does that necessarily mean? Well, unfortunately, I guess, it means I'll probably have to take a second Adderall. And then, of course, I'll end up running out of Adderall by the end of this week. But 2 weeks isn't terrible, If I can get a full 2 weeks out of my bottle of Adderall, then that's not so terrible. Hi, Trouble. You're a very silly boy. And you want me to go watch you eat? Watch you eat, you say? Okay. I'll go watch you eat. But before I do that, I want to pull a bong rip. First bong rip of the day. Here's the thing about your daily bongings. Really, probably the best bong rips of the day are your first bong rips of the day. Numbers 1 and 2, maybe number 3 as well. However, before you jump into that warm bath of truth full blast, remember that the very first bong rip of the day can actually be a bit of a problem bong rip, KE. I get it. You haven't had your first bong rips today, so you're leaving work at 2 p.m. so you can rush home and have them. But I want to remind you of something. When you wake up, before you take your first bong rip of the day, it's important to remember that your lungs may be kind of cached still from the night before or whatever. Like you may not have fully uncached your lungs simply by sleeping a night's sleep. So the moral of this story is pack your very first bong rip of the day a little bit on the smaller side. Because you're trying to avoid coughing your lungs out, And first thing in the morning, your lungs are not fully prepared to do their important work of smoking bong rips. That's why, for example, with this first bong rip, I'm not going to put any concentrate on it. Why? Because I don't want to hack up a lung. And given that it's the first bong rip of the day, my lungs are not yet, they haven't yet been eased into bong rips, So we're going to start this first bong rip without any concentrate on it. I'm just going to try to pull it straight through. What you want to do also, obviously, is avoid any clogginess in the first bong rip of the day, because that's going to cause some of the bong rip to be resiny and then make you more likely to cough. So as you may have noticed there, I had a bit of a clogger. But instead of really applying myself to to pulling through past the clog, I stopped pulling. I was just like, you know what? That's enough. I'll just poke it free, because if I had tried to pull it through, if I had been successful, I would have gotten a big chunk of resonated smoke in me. You're not the only one in chat, KE. I'm not in chat, but I am in chat spiritually. And I count for like 10 other people. There's actually like at least 12 people in the chat. There's me, KE, at least 13, Boba Fett and Acacia. As I count as 10, that totals 13 people. Hero Lamb might be here as well. It's hard to say. Same story, different day, you know. That bong rip as well. Showed a lot of initial promise, but then decided to transition into a cloggy Carlito. Good luck with that, Acacia. Acacia says she's got to finish bedtime. That's what I said this morning when I got up at 4 or whatever. I was like, Eric, you are going back to bed. You are not staying awake. I went and I lay down back in bed, and what happened? I lay there, closed my eyes, and turned over a couple times, and then I just said, give it up, Eric. You're awake. I had little choice but to get out of bed at that point. But Acacia, maybe you're better at sleeping than I am. I don't know. It really depends on my mood as to whether or not I'm good at sleeping. If I'm in a very sleepy mood, then I might be pretty good at sleeping. In contrast, Rachel's pretty terrible at sleeping. I was too efficient last week. Now I'm workless. I have too much energy to give. Well, maybe you should go down to your local pub and drink away your extra energy. Alcohol will leave you feeling tired, tapped out, unenthusiastic about everything. So there's my prescription for you, KE. Gonna try real hard. Eventually, you'll be tucked back in and sound asleep, Eric. Eventually. I will also, yes, that's true, KJ. Eventually, I will be back asleep. But one thing I've determined about sleeping is that on only some occasions does effort facilitate sleep. Trying to go to sleep, you know? Occasionally, it's like, occasionally it's like on the on the borderline, as per Madonna's famous song. Yes, some occasions like that. Anyway, if you're on the borderline, then making an effort to go to sleep can result in sleep sometimes. If you're not already on the borderline, then you're just wasting your time tossing and turning for nothing. So KE, it's like, good night. Okay, shit. KE, you're like an ENTP without any drugs. I feel so bad for you. I don't know how you do it either. You know, I have no idea how you pull it off, KE. It seems so deeply unfair to you to expect you to be you without any drugs or alcohol. You know, give yourself a break, KE. It's hard enough to be you, even with drugs and alcohol. You remind me of that one Japanese soldier who kept fighting World War II for like 7 years after World War II was over. It's like, okay, you win the self discipline award. However, you've wasted nearly a decade of your life fighting a war the rest of the world thinks ended. Well, that's how I feel about you, KE. You're fighting a war you don't need to fight. You're trying to handle this crazy business we call life completely sober. And that's just expecting too much of yourself, for sure. You might as well try to climb Mount Everest in your underwear. We all have our own wars to wage. There's joy to be found in slaying the dragons. Oh, sure, if you're gacked out enough. If you're not gacked out enough, You have to rely on things like cake and ice cream instead of drugs. I'm not sure how KE pulls that off. But I guess she's just a better man than I. Gunga Din. No, I am quite confident, KE, that you are not slaying illusory dragons. The dragons you're slaying are real. They can be seen by others as well. Um, my point is, wouldn't you have a better time slaying them if you were on more drugs? And I think we can all agree the answer to that question is obvs. Obvs. And for those who don't know, obvs stands for obviously. They've chosen to remove a number of the letters from the word obviously. They've kept O, B, V, but then cut straight to S, skipping the I, O, and the U, and then just jettisoned the LY entirely. So that's how we went from obviously to obvs. I will say that one of the internet words like that, I don't know what you call those, like lol and little internet words that I have been very slow to learn, taking me multiple encounters with it to get what it means, is IG. IG means I guess. Herolam uses it a lot. That's where my familiarity with the term comes from. IG, I guess. You're like one of those bodybuilders trying to win competitions completely natty. No, it's not like that at all, Katie. Because the kind of drugs I'm talking about aren't performance enhancing drugs, okay? They're performance enhancing drugs. That's what makes it so much more impressive when I do things, okay, than when you do things. Because you're doing them sober like a normal person. But I'm doing them on amphetamines. Well, more accurately, I'm not doing them on amphetamines. And really, isn't that the most impressive thing of all? It doesn't matter how many amphetamines I take, I still won't accomplish anything. And that's something to be proud of. Most people, you get them gacked out enough, at least they'll clean their house or something. Not Eric. No, ma'am and sir. I am steadfastly useless. I guess, KE, right now you're nodding to yourself and saying, I really learned something today from Eric. Now I know how to be a better woman, a better version of myself. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Eric. Thank you for teaching me so many important things. Now, look, Katie, I don't mean to embarrass you by reading your mind out loud for all to hear, but it's nothing to be ashamed of, Kay. We all have mentors in life, and I am yours. Remember the other day when I taught you how to love? Now today, I'm teaching you how to do drugs. Later, when she's like 45, let's say, I don't know how old she is right now, but I'm guessing she's 30. She's got a 30 feel to her. When she's 45, she's going to write a book called The Hero I Only Sort of Knew I Had. My Story of Eric. And it'll basically be about how I inspired her and how I'm responsible for all of her success. It's basically what her autobiography is going to be. Understandably, you know. Well, K.E., you know, I want to commend you for your wisdom. Not everybody is a big enough person to admit that I've defined their life. That my many witticisms and truths have helped you, K.E., to evolve into K.F. And you've got your sights on G, because G stands for goals. Well, K.E., I commend you for embracing my vision for your life. I commend you for being so coachable. No, K.E., Rachel can't possibly write that book because only another ENTP like you can benefit in full from the myriad volumes of wisdom that I draw from every day when I speak. Okay. You are perfectly suited to learn from me. You're welcome. You know, I've always said you can never really life coach anyone but your own type. And what I'm looking right now at, K.E., is a life uncoached. So much promise, so much potential. But needing just a little tweak here and there to fix what's wrong with you with my life coaching. Hi, I'm Eric. And I'm an extraordinary life coach. You know that before Hero Lamb started having his life coached by me, he had his mind set on something else. Before I coached Chris Chapin, he was entirely gullible He would buy anything from anyone. Now look at him. He's giving wise advice to people about applying the appropriate amount of skepticism. Thanks to whom? This guy right here. This one. This fellow. And, you're welcome. Everyone is welcome. In fact, the single biggest problem that I have in life is that I can't life coach myself. It doesn't work like that. Just like a healer and any of your standard isekais cannot heal themselves. They shouldn't be able to. Well, nowadays, anything goes. Nowadays, it seems like. But technically, according to the laws of magic, healers should not be able to heal themselves. Like, I might be the greatest surgeon in the world. It doesn't mean I should perform heart surgery on myself, I don't have a good angle to look at it and get at it, If I wanted to have an angle to do that, then I need to use two mirrors so that the image I was looking at wasn't reversed. New Groove just dropped in to say that my woo tastes like tres leches. Have a good day. Oh, well, that's delicious woo. And do you know that before I coached his life, New Groove didn't even know what woo was, didn't realize he had the capacity to taste, and had no concept of flavor accordingly. But thanks to my life coaching, he now has woo that tastes like a delicious Mexican dessert from the exotic land of Mexico. Yeah, they have more desserts than just flan. I think that's racist of you. It's super racist of you to say Mexico only has flan as dessert. They have more than just flan. Okay? They've got menudo. They think it's a dessert. I have my doubts. You're wearing square pants? Really, aren't all of our pants somewhat square? They are. You know why? Because square isn't any particular shape. It's whatever you want it to be. Like a lot of things in life, our biggest problems stem from the fact that we aren't being arbitrary and subjective enough. You say tomato, I say tuna fish. Neither of us is right. It could be bread. Are you guys familiar with the tuna corn? One of nature's less well-known mythical creatures. The tuna corn is half tuna, half unicorn. It's got the head of a horse with a horn on it and the body of a tuna. This empowers it to be a more effective fisherman because it doesn't just have to bite things that it wants to hunt. It can now stab them with its horn. Of course, as with regular unicorns, if you want to ride a unicorn, you have to be a virgin. So Elaine, you're golden. You can ride a tunicorn or a unicorn. KE, womp, 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 womp. Sorry. New group, you're fine. Hero Lamb, womp, 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 womp. Sorry. You can't ride a tunicorn. You're not a virgin. I have a special dispensation from both the unicorn and tunicorn unions that allow me to ride them despite not being a virgin. And the reason is because I've convinced them that I'm a sturgeon and that that's close enough. Is there anything that's solid that has no shape? I mean, you could say that water has no shape or air has no shape, but like water kind of does have a shape. Like clouds, they have a shape. A lake, it has a shape. No new groove, no. Because tunicorns swim with great alacrity like tunas. They are also not air breathers, they have gills like tunas. Narwhals, on the other hand, are mammals. They are not related to tunas at all. Narwhals are much more related to unicorns than they are to tunas. Chris Chapin, you get a wonder point for Googling that. I appreciate it. Chris Chapman informs us of this important fact. According to Google, it is not possible to teach a crab how to read. I don't trust Google. I'm going to try. I'm going to try. I won't believe I can't teach a crab how to read until I've failed. Well, if we can't put up signs for the crabs to read, then how are we going to inform them that they are not allowed on those rocks? You know? KE has so much love in her heart. As I am walking home, my chest started hurting because I realized I love my coworkers. Very FI polar of UKE. Sudden emotion. Oh my God. The unbearable lightness of being. Never mind, I'm fine. A square can also fit inside a circular hole. Sure, KE, provided the circular hole is larger than the square. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a circular hole. Any shape can fit inside of a hole, provided the hole is bigger than the shape. Water is shaped by its container. What about clouds? They don't even have a container, KE. They're containerless, nevertheless made of water, nevertheless having a shape. Answer me that, answer lady. Crabs are stressed animals. They just want to groove in the sand. Crabs are cool. They just need to learn how to read my signs. I've placed signs various places that say no crabs allowed. Because, even though crabs may be fine, it doesn't mean you want them to go everywhere. Like, I have a sign on the slit in my boxers, no crabs allowed. Because I don't want them to pinch my penis with their pinchers, So far, they've obeyed the signs, but who knows, Rachel and I, that's why we stay away from the beach, obviously. Every time we even drive on the highway near an ocean, I get a little panicked. What flavor is my woo? It's quantum. Adrian B. My woo is quantum. That means its flavor is two different things at once until one of them becomes determinate. I read articles on keeping them, and they said to not take them out too much because they might stop growing. I talked about liquid water, solid water, or Gazon's water is another thing. Okay, well, water vapor is kind of solid. Gosh, Katie, don't be all like mean about everything. God. Okay, well, does wind have a shape? Huh? How about regular air wind? No, it doesn't. So just get over it, Katie. Get over it. Stop trying to tell me that wind has a shape. It doesn't. Oh, we're going to get into some square winds today. That doesn't even make any sense, KE. So anyway, as usual, I'm having to teach KE a lot of important things today. Like, she doesn't even know that Gazon's water isn't even a thing, or that if it is, I don't know what it is, and therefore it isn't a thing. Round wind. Yeah, it's windy, but it's a round wind. It's like a dry heat, you know. A round wind is a wind that's less likely to blow things over than a square wind of the same velocity. You know, if we can have water softener at our house to make our water softer, then why can't we have wind rounder to make our wind rounder? No, no, no. Incorrect. A cyclone is clearly a spiral wind. That's different than a round wind. A round wind is soft. It rolls off of you as it hits you. Whereas, say, the worst kind of wind, obviously, are triangle winds. Triangle winds, you got basically a 1 in 6, I'm sorry, a 1 in 2 chance of getting stabbed by a pointy end of the wind. You could get lucky and get hit square with the flat side of the triangle. And so you've got 3 possible flat sides you get hit with, but you also have 3 points. So it's 50-50 if that wind is going to stab you with a pointy end or not. Oh, sure, you might point out that the pointy points take up substantially less total surface area of the triangle than the longer sides parts do. But I would point out that you don't have to get hit square directly on the point to get stabbed by the point of it. If it comes in at a little bit of an angle, it'll still get you with the point. So just be careful out there today, friends. The winds are very triangular. You know, the history of temperature is a very interesting story. That's a hand dryer. Yeah. A bathroom hand dryer shoots out triangular winds. Is right. KE's got that one right for sure. In fact, because I'd forgotten that important fact, I'm going to give her credit for teaching it to me. See, KE, I too can learn. You got stabbed by a pine tree? Like, from the top of the pine tree? Like somebody hurled a pine tree towards you like a javelin? For me, no offense, Adrian B, but I don't bitch out like that. If there's beef between me and a pine tree, if either of us is getting stabbed, it's the pine tree. But I get it. Maybe you're nonviolent. Maybe you're a pacifist. But I was briefly in a Mexican jail with Mayan Shanktopus for about several months. Our sentences overlapped. And that's where I learned, hey, in this life, it's either shank or be shanked. I learned all the deets about exactly why it is. Obsidian makes the best shanking material. It's because that's what the Mayan gods want. Exo, Chitzo, Hexo, Mayan god of shanking, obviously is responsible for the creation, birth, and maintenance of Mayan Shanktopus. One of the scariest monsters of legend that nobody talks about. 124-armed octopus, each arm holding an obsidian knife, obsidian sacrifice knife, and empowered to make 124 sacrifices to exo Hilto chills concurrently. Did MS give you a lock of his hair or a sign as a sign of your close relationship? MS? Who's MS? You mean, where's MS? I have no idea who MS is. I don't know who MS is. Miss Magazine? Michael Stevens? Mr. Super? Michael Scott? Marianne. Oh, Mayan Shanktopus, of course. How dumb of me. I don't know why I was unable to put that together. Mayan Shanktopus is obviously MS. Wow. That was a real lack of intuition on my part there. I guess my NI decided to take the morning off. Mayan Shanktopus obviously doesn't have hair, Elaine. He's an octopus. Octopi don't have hair. How does my woo taste? It tastes uncertain because my woo is quantum. But you know, it used to be the case that if you were to hit on somebody, instead of hitting on them, you'd be said to be wooing them. It's also the case that if you were engaged in certain varieties of tomfoolery, you might be said to be flinging woo. Don't be groupist. Fair enough. You know, maybe he identifies more as Mayan and less as an octopus, and accordingly has one of those terrible straight black hair bowl cuts that Mayans like to have. One thing we can say about the Mayans is terrible haircuts. Is that racist? Maybe, but it's true. Mayans had terrible haircuts. I should also say that the whole powdered wig trend that the founding fathers were into, no. Just no. You know? It's like, how did that become a trend? Hey everyone, let's wear powdered wigs. Why? Can I at least just wear an unpowdered wig? Oh, no, 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 no. We all gotta look like old ladies. Wait a second, fellow founding fathers. You're telling me that in order for us to be, I don't know, formal or whatever, that we gotta look like a bunch of old ladies? Why? Because nothing's fancier than an old lady, Eric. It probably disguised some horrible body hygiene problem. You're probably right, Fly Guy. It's a very insightful. Oh, sure. I mean, Grant, Adrian B, fine. If they're gonna powder their wigs with cocaine, fine. I mean, I would still suggest that um, that's a poor way to store your cocaine. But also, what's up with those big? Well, they're called Quaker collars. Those big white fluffy things around the neck. What's up with that? You can't tell me that was to disguise a horrible hygiene problem. That was because they thought it looked good to have a big, fluffy white thing all around their neck. Not really fluffy, it's like wavy, you know? Maybe I'll find a picture of what I'm talking about. It kind of was the cross-dressing era, but like if you picture Benjamin Franklin and how he dressed, from the neck down, you know, he had like a little vest on and like these lace up pants that only went down a little below his knees. Elaine says chastity belts were never a thing, I believe. You believe wrong. Elaine, you underestimate the jealousy of men going away to fight a war and wanting to come home and have certainty that their wife has been faithful. Especially if they're like a king, autocratic type person. They're gonna just be like, I don't care if you like this or not. You have to wear this because I want to make sure nobody fucks you. Well, I will agree with her that for the vast majority of the population, chastity belts were never a thing. It's just for aristocracy. I'm gonna lock away your puss so only I can fuck it. The metaphorical expression that modern fantasies messed it up. No, I mean, I think there were actually like rulers, kings or whatever, who were already violating the deontological imperative on a regular basis, who definitely did exactly what I just said. I'm gonna lock away your puss so only I can fuck it. You know, I do think that chastity belts were were only things that men put on women, right? If anybody wanted to chastity belt a man, well, hello eunuchs. You know, that's when the ruler, instead of chastity belting the women, decided to chastity belt the men. He just castrated them. Oh, now you won't fuck my woman. If you believe in eunuchs, then you should believe in chastity belts. I don't think it guarantees anal chastity, Katie. Just vaginal chastity. Eunuchs? Eunuchs were used a lot in ancient civilizations in China and various places by rulers who needed who wanted males, people working for them, to work where they kept their woman and or women. Like the Apothecary Diaries is about, I guess, China, and the emperor has these various concubines, maybe Japan, but maybe China, I'm not sure. Uh, has these various concubines, and that's a certain section of the palace. And the only men who are allowed back there are eunuchs. Ergo, the emperor doesn't need to put chastity belts on the women because there's nobody who's going to be back there who can fuck the women. And I would suggest that for most of human history, whatever women got up to with each other was not considered cheating or sex. Fly guy, are you saying that KE likes her men emasculated? I'm not sure that there's any good cause to conclude that. Or perhaps you're suggesting that she emasculates her men. They come to her with testicles and leave without. In either instance, I think you have insufficient cause to conclude that. As far as going pee, well, if you had on a chastity belt, it could be structured like with little holes in it. They're too small to hump through, but let the pee come out. I do metaphorically chop off a few balls, but it's not on purpose. I just operate a lot of scissors at crotch level. Well, KE, maybe you should, in your spare time, work as a dominatrix. What do you think? A lot of people out there apparently pay good money for that kind of stuff, you know? You could. You could tell them, no, 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 no. You're doing this wrong, and I'm your boss. Oh, did you think you were going to come sass me? No, 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 no. Not KE. You could just be like that, just like you are at work. I'm assuming that's how you are at work. Is that how you bust people's balls at work? Oh, no, you did not. Not to KE. But actually, emasculation, would it be a specialty of any TF women, or rather action types? I mean, I suspect the if you were to try to answer the question generally, like what single type is most likely to make her mate feel emasculated, I would suspect it's ESTJ because they're TE doms like ENTJs, but they're more focused on what's going on locally, which is to say, they're more likely to tell you what to do and how you're doing things wrong and how you should do things differently. And they're going to be better at you all than you are at all your normal man stuff like fixing the plumbing or whatever. You're a crab with a mean pincher. Is it a pincher or a pincer? I've always said I think that crabs have pinchers, right? Because they pinch things, but maybe it is a pincer. I don't know. Now I feel like I could be either, and I wouldn't be surprised. I have no idea which it is. Pincher or pincer? It's like praying mantis, right? Oh, it is a pincher. Oh, well, I was right. Or I was right to doubt pincer, I guess you could say. Uh, like praying mantis, it works either way, right? Setting toilets is insane. Setting toilets are insane. I don't know what a setting toilet is, or you mean setting toilets down, or I have no idea what you mean by that. So anyway, the praying mantis, it works either way, right? If it's kind of like this, right? You could imagine it kind of like this. It looks like it's praying, but it's actually praying like, yeah, I get you, right? So it works either way. I don't remember which way is correct. Well, you've got to feel emasculated in order to say so. Maybe the onus is on the receiving end. You mean for KE's future career as a dominatrix? Cosmic Pentastar says it's Penciller, not Pincher. Smashing the wax rings? Oh, yeah, actually, I know what you're talking about. Believe it or not, I know what you're talking about. The mantis's pincer is on his face. Do mantises have pincers? Okay, you guys are just confusing me more and more and more. You're making me increasingly pensive about this question of pinchers and pincers. You're making me feel pitched and pensive about pincers and pinchers. It's not untrue that sometimes some guys have hated me just for existing. Not much I can do about that. KE, welcome to the party that you and I have been attending our whole lives. For you, it may have something to do with, guys feeling extra threatened because you're a chick or something. But let's face it, there have always been some guys who have just hated me immediately for who I am right out the gate, too. As far as chicks go, like hating me right out the gate, that might be the case as well, but they might have made it less abundantly clear to me. Oh, well, you have never encountered a big enough praying mantis, Boba Fett. Let's say you were talking about a praying mantis that's at its highest point, let's say 16 feet tall. Now, even if that praying mantis, let's say, for whatever reason, maybe this part of their arm is a little too spindly, and you're able to kick free or whatever. Just pretend you're able to. Do you think you're gonna escape that encounter entirely uninjured? I don't think so. Well, I'm not denying that all the praying mantises we've seen so far aren't as big as 16 feet. But I want you to do a little math here, Boba Fett. I want you to add two things together. The first thing is climate change. The second thing is evolution. Bam! 16-foot tall praying mantis. And I expect it to happen in just a couple of years. Now that all the bugs and animals and stuff are facing real environmental pressures, we're going to start to see evolution kick back into gear again any minute now. And over the next couple of decades, we should see praying mantises go from their current size to about 3 feet in height. I'd say definitely within 200 years, we're going to have giant 16-foot evolved praying manti. Because otherwise, how would they catch the giant evolved 8-foot ladybugs? They wouldn't be able to. what causes this giganticism to evolve? Well, climate change. Obviously, when it's more windy out and the wind is more triangular than it used to be, then a larger size makes it less likely for you to get blown away. And obviously, lady praying mantises prioritize mates who don't get blown away by the wind. Ergo, giant praying mantises. It's true that the world is becoming hotter by climate change, but it's a wet heat. You know, the more warmer it gets, the more evaporation from the oceans we get, which creates more clouds, more precipitation, more weather. And that is one to grow on. So if you like lots of weather, then you should be in favor of climate change. Everything you do, by definition, is womanly if you're a woman. Really? But that's not true for me. Not everything I do is manly. For example, when I do my morning dance, it's not very manly. It's like this, you know. Oh, good morning to the sunrise. Good morning to the day. I'm doing my little dance. Kind of womanly, but not gay. Right? It's not that manly. It should be, though. Well, okay. Maybe it should be manly. Here I am. Don't you me about my embracing my feminine side. We all have a woman inside of us, here I am, even you. And to be a healthy, happy, fully functioning person, we've got to get in touch with our inner woman a little bit every day. Some days that means I'll read some articles about celebrity gossip. Okay? Some days that means I'll do my celebratory woman dance. Some days it means I'll put on a bulky sweater. Some days it means I'll menstruate. Let me express my womanhood how I want to here, Lamb, without your judgment, okay? You know what your judgment does here, Lamb? It makes my breasts tender. Tender as the night. Your ontological assault tenderizes my breasts here, Lamb, and I don't appreciate it, okay? You were undressing me with your eyes, for one thing. And then dressing me again with your same eyes, but now I'm wearing a different outfit and I don't like it. So as you can see, the sun's coming up a little bit, creating this very spooky silhouette. Is it spooky or is it just cool looking? It's pretty cool looking, really. This is my head moving away. Now I'm walking forward. What a wonderful day. You can see my head, but my shoulders are way down here. And behind me's blue sky. And the trees are so dark, 'cause the sun's not quite out. But the sky's not so black, and the morning's about. Day after day, alone on a hill. That's a Fool on the Hill ASMR. Here's another appropriate Beatles song. Good day, sunshine. Good day, sunshine. Good day, sunshine. I like to talk when the sun is out. I've got something I can laugh about. I feel good in a special way. I'm in love and it's a sunny day. Good day, sunshine. Boopity, good day, sunshine. Boopity, good day, sunshine. I need to meow, and when the meows meow, I've been meowing with my meowdy meow. I feel meow. I mean meow meow meow. I'm so glad to know that she is mine. Hey, look, there's the moon right there. Hey, look, there's the moon right there. It's in those trees there. Can you see the moon I'm talking about? It's in the sky and there it is, I shout. It feels good to look at their moon and to know that it's not nearly noon. Let's look at it up close. Oh my God, it's like somebody left a light on in the tree. It's so moony. You're so moony. Stupid moon. Trying to pretend to be like the sun. But you don't even make it light outside. Can you believe the gall of that moon? What is it thinking? Behaving the way it does, unabashedly, as though completely without shame. Okay, well, this could be like a filter almost, you put on your phone to make you all black and colorize the back of you or whatever, background. One could imagine it as such, as a filter. That doesn't mean I'm commanding you to imagine it thusly. I'm not. You'll have to go to KE for that sort of thing. Look up Croc Boots yellow, Croc Boots blue. The moon is stupid. I agree. Well, I'm not sure what we're doing here exactly with this whole live stream thing, but maybe someday we'll figure it out. And I'm assuming somebody will notify me once I have figured it out, like send me something in the mail. Congratulations, you finally figured it out. You are hereby awarded Mage Level 1 status. That means you get to enter into any town without paying a toll. You can sell things without the normal fee at the guild. It's a lot of advantages to being Mage Level 1. I need to sell my kidney to you for all my life. Do you have any goals, life ambitions? Yeah, I really hope one day to sell a kidney. Um, and hoping to get paid in Dogecoin. You sound kind of like you're not sure about that goal. Well, I'm sure about it. I'm just not quite sure which coin I want to get paid in. What about just regular US dollars? No. My kidney's worth more than that. Okay. Why don't you just get paid in Bitcoin then? Oh, I mean, my kidney's not that valuable. I don't think you get the way that currencies work. Unless you're saying you're going to get paid 100 of something. Then, okay, fine, I get it. You're saying your kidney's not worth $4 million. Well, how much do you think your kidney is worth? About $2.5 million. You're beginning to make me want to sell my kidney. $2.5 million. I mean, how badly do I need that kidney? You think I could sell my hair for $2.5 million? No, I don't. Oh, I'm blushing. You're blushing because I'm praising your kidney? Well, I think your kidneys are fine. Okay. They remind me of a swimming pool in some fashion. Not just any shape of swimming pool, of course, but perhaps a kidney-shaped pool. Makes me think of that actress Nicole Kidney, who was famous for stealing one of Tom Cruise's kidneys while she was married to him. Which of course explains why he seems so generally angry, or at least stern. Perhaps needlessly stern would be a good way to put it. How old is that man anyway? He's got to be 60 something, doesn't he? He's older than me, isn't he? He doesn't really play 60-year-olds in movies. He acts in that, does he? Okay, what you think to yourself is, quote, what a wonderful world. You got the lyrics all wrong. I was very hopeful my daughter would be a lesbian, but no dice. Because who's more likely to get pregnant and settle down than a lesbian? Really, nobody. Sure, they might not get pregnant by a penis, but it doesn't really matter whether the how the sperm gets up in there. It produces me a grandchild just the same, you know. I've only one time ever told Delilah in her adulthood. I tell her when she was a teenager, if you get pregnant, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll keep the baby. Meaning, I wouldn't mind having another baby around for a while, yeah. until it grows up out of a baby, obviously. Babies don't stay babies forever. At the time, I felt that way. Now, though, I'm returning to the idea of, okay, hey, Delilah, maybe I would like you to make me a grandchild. And but I've only ever said that to her one time, and it immediately triggered oh, not you two! Please do not do this. My mother is constantly saying this shit to me. I'll bully you to probably Kansas family. They're all like, you should get pregnant. But, it would interfere with our Minecrafting, so maybe not. And frankly, I'm not really sure I'm ready for a grandchild yet. I might not be mature enough yet. Saskia? I don't know who Saskia is. You gotta have grandbabies. I've got one, another on the way. You lucky Adrian B, you. I only have one child. Rachel has no children. So, I got all my grandchild eggs in one basket. I do have a little bit of anxiety about this month. Should be fine, but I was, unlike almost every month, I was less than perfect in my pull-out game this month. So I wasn't entirely imperfect in it, but it's got me a little bit worried. Not too worried. It was like right after her period. Takes a little while for the ovulation process to be primed. But for hyper fertile people, it's like you even wave a bit of man seed in their direction, and all of a sudden they're gravid with child. I don't think Rachel's that hyper fertile. Hopefully not. She is now 39. So perhaps her body's like, we don't really need to have a baby, do we? I wonder if she's ever felt something they used to talk about, I think more than it gets referred to now, which is a ticking biological clock. They used to talk about women being stressed out by a ticking biological clock, meaning they were running out of time to have a baby. I think that's much less the case nowadays. I think people are much less inclined to have babies nowadays. Ovulation's like 14 days after the start of a period. At the end of the period, you mean? Or from the start of it. I guess it's probably 28 days either way. Right smack dab in the middle, huh? Baby fever. Yeah, I do not have baby fever. Even though I'm living a life now where, biologically it's possible, but it's something we've firmly decided against, in part because Rachel is on various psych medications that I don't think would be good for a developing fetus. And she's in a weird situation where it's like for her to carry a pregnancy to term and have a healthy baby, she'd have to stop taking her mental health drugs that allow her to be a healthy adult, right? I don't know. I don't know what would be worse for a developing baby, a mother in like manic psychosis, or to be subjected to all those hardcore psych drugs. I know it would be better for me, her not getting pregnant. In my opinion, I believe it would be better for her as well. I tried Bumble this weekend, talked to a cool person, but I could only sustain my interest for one afternoon. When the combo stopped for another half a day, it got pissy and my interest plummeted. Oh, yeah. Well, if you're talking about like a dating app, you have to excise the part of the engagement that happens on the dating app as fully as possible. You could, if you were a dude, you could easily enough use my strategy with dating apps, which worked perfectly. You initiate your contact with them by saying, "Hey, I was checking out your profile. You seem cool. I I noticed that it says you're in this general area. Um, I'm getting off work at Mia. How about we meet at?" And I've looked up a restaurant in that general area, and I'll buy you dinner. They never say, "Okay, see you this evening," but they always say, "I can't do it tonight, but what about Wednesday?" And then you bypass all that bullshit, and you get to actually eat with dinner with them instead of wasting your time typing on your computer. Knocked this woman up. What's the proper grammar? Uh, you would say you knocked up this woman. I think you wouldn't want to put the up after woman because knocked up is functioning as a single verb there, meaning impregnated. Oh, you're talking about you being party to an aborted fetus? Well, I think that's kind of depressing, but that's me. I'd say move along that way, or you're going straight to hell, or heaven's this direction. Any of those things is fine. Elaine, in my case, I'm interested when I know the person is interesting, as and if we bond around something, then my natural curiosity will get me to bother them, even if they don't like it. Okay, I am now convinced we're the same person. I always have this problem with sustaining interest. I figure I'd just start asking people to FaceTime or call so it goes quicker. Issue is that's not how humans work. So most of the time, people whom I wanted to bother didn't want to be bothered. Well, I probably my strategy wouldn't work if you're a chick, right? I'm guessing because in most Western incarnations of dating culture or whatever, uh, the male initiates the pursuit, right? Or the male's pursuing, the woman's selecting from among pursuers. That's generally the standard operating procedure, right? He who courts is the man. She who is courted is the woman. But that may be changing now. I don't know. Obviously I'm of my generation, and I was probably pretty old fashioned for my generation. So I'd suggest that it's conceivable, KE and or Elaine, that if you were to use the patented Eric dating app strategy, that it might work for you as well. Of course, it will cost you the cost of a dinner, because part of the way that it works is the whole I'll meet you at this restaurant, I'm buying, let's have dinner. Well, Boba Fett, you know, we want our mating lives to be a little bit more classy than just swipe and fuck, right? For me, it's just let's go do something already, because I feel I can't express myself and vibe check people in these matters in text form. Right. You know what, then, KE? What about this? And what about this, Elaine? Um, Put on your dating profile, I, I'm I don't feel like I can really get the vibe of somebody via text much. So if you're interested, initiate your contact with me by inviting me to dinner or coffee or something. We'll go Dutch. And to see if there's any chemistry. I call first so I don't get all the creeps in the world. Yeah, well, I guess chicks have their own challenges, right? They're very different than a male's challenges in dealing with those kind of circumstances. Getting me to bend my plans will not end well and stress me out for some reason. As much as I can speak to strangers on the internet, I don't like when people hit on me by a voice. What about sign language? If you want to get in KE's pants and you're taking her out to dinner or whatever, here's the finishing move. I really like me. That's the finishing move for Kay. She likes to be hit on by a combination of deaf voice and sign language. I mean, most women do. I call that move the panty dropper. Hey, I really like you. Boom. Down go the panties. I am the one with the issues, mind you. My requirements are not reasonable and annoy me too, but calling is a great vibe check, and for some reason, nobody under 30 expects it. Yeah, well, even us old people now have come to find texting normalized. It's like this happens with me and my realtor a lot. Not, we're both old. He's 10 years older than me. But we both find each other texting each other back and forth until finally I go, what the fuck am I doing? Just call the guy already. I don't like the normalization of just text, but thing is, Elaine, probably it's fine, and KE probably it's fine as long as you agree to meet at a central neutral location where there are lots of people. Then you can get get a read on the person and make sure they're safe. Because I do get that. I do get that women obviously have to be a little bit more safety conscious in meeting with people than men do. Like I never worried like if I was gonna meet a chick or something that she was going to roofie me. Never crossed my mind that I might get roofied. Probably should cross the mind of young women when accepting drinks from strangers. It's not really how it works, though. We're entering territory yet again where like people think they're in control of attraction or love or romance. What about health meter spectrum? Elena nearly threw up while kissing a guy. I shouted at him to stop. Is it because kissing's gross or because you had drank a lot of alcohol? That's right, you don't drink. Much just because kissing's gross. Just tell them right out the gate. Kissing's gross. I don't like kissing. No. You just have to tell the truth to them and say, I don't like kissing because your spit should stay in your mouth and my spit should stay in my mouth. Let's not be disgusting, you know? Kissing is inherently gross, Kitty. Just tell them right at the gate. I don't kiss. I'm not going to eat your ass. So don't have gross expectations. She shouted into his mouth, if you don't stop kissing me, I'll puke. Like that. Avoid cold sores. Good advice. I'm sure it was traumatizing. I would have been like, oh my God, am I that disgusting? And then I'd be wounded and have self esteem problems for the rest of my life. I just ran to the subway afterwards. Anyone heard of hepatic? Had nothing to do with him. He's a great guy to someone else. I believe you. hopefully he's got such little insecurity that he's saying that same narrative. Herpatic Whitlow? Herpatic Whitlow? I have no idea what herpatic Whitlow is. I remember this one bitch I had dinner with one night. No offense, any ENFPs in the house. She was an ENFP. I don't think there can be hand herpes, Adrian B. Are we a lack of consideration in here? I don't think there's a lack of consideration. I'm feeling bad for the guy, you know? I feel like that must have sucked. I know uh, my self confidence is not adequately robust to withstand that without being traumatized. But just because we're not really feeling it doesn't mean we're not affording it its due significance. We're so Raven. That's an excellent sentence, Ruben. I'm gonna say that all the time now, I think. You know, just like I'm also gonna say this. I'm feeling I'm I'm feeling neat, right? Gacked and grody, just like Sweet Life with Zach and Cody. I'm feeling neat, right, gacked and grody, just like the Sweet Life with Zach and Cody. It's a good rap lyric, right? It is, yeah. I'm feeling neat, right, gacked and grody, just like the Sweet Life with Zach and Cody. Thanks, Rubenar. Thanks. I like how Kay doesn't want the guy to feel bad about it. Right. Kay didn't mean to hurt the guy's feelings, make him feel defensive or whatever else, or feel like vulnerable, feel inadequate in some way. Uh, by and large, I think we humans at least try to respect the fact that physical intimacy exposes both parties' vulnerabilities. And we try not to do damage, you know? Yep, it's just a matchup issue, not a personal attack. I wish I could tattoo that on guys' eyeballs on these occasions. Yeah, I mean, most of the difficulties between men and women dating and stuff, they stem from the fact that people are scared, vulnerable, subject to being hurt, that it takes some courage for them to, you know, put themselves out there in a genuine way where they're open to a real relationship. And that when things go badly, it makes it more difficult for them to muster that courage again next time, you know? Well, here I am. I don't think that what's being said here is that we believe we can decide if you care or not, right? Like in the story the KE telling, she was unable to decide what she didn't genuinely want, right? I don't think the alternative to FI is forcing and controlling. I think the alternative to FI is trying to nail down certain status things so that somebody who's not FI conscious can more safely feel and they can feel in a secure environment, like Chris Chaplin says, kind of there. Yeah, I think on a deep level, we all care not to be hurtful, and we don't really fully understand good strategies to not be hurt if you're FI, say, polar like me, other than to establish, define relationship statuses and try to behave accordingly. That might be kind of insane from an FI perspective, but um, you know, everybody who gets into any kind of romantic, let's say, I mean, any kind of relationship really, but let's limit the scope of the conversation to romantic relationships. You're incurring implicitly a lot of emotional liability. Once you get attached to that person, settle into life in a relationship with them, etc., then you incur emotional liability. What if they get hit by a car and die? Well, you're gonna feel a great deal of grief. You're immune from that grief liability if you avoid close bonds with anybody, but then you incur greater harm, namely isolation, loneliness, and stuff like that. I think historically, the strategy of humans to defend against all that emotional liability was large families. And those families often, stayed in close geographical proximity to other family members. Maybe, it starts off as Joe and Judy go homestead, have hundreds of acres, and then those acres get parceled off to their kids, who should each then have their own farm. Now the family's got a set of individually drawn out farms. They're all, this is like back in the day, right? They're all insulated from sort of ontological devastation by all their physically proximate family and the shared lifestyle they all have, etc. We have very different strategy towards that now. If I lived out here in the woods with Rachel without any internet, I think I'd feel lonely and isolated. But this is my community right here that I hang out with, and I have full access to that just by having internet, you know? So, it's also the case that the relationships I have with people here, um, well, they only reach a certain level of intimacy. Uh, like, I mean, I rarely even call, say, my real life friends from a long time ago, like Dave Porter. I'll occasionally call him. I try to call Corey, but Corey's kind of a disaster at this point as far as the relationship goes. I think it's more or less unsalvageable because I think we both understand that his own well being is only salvaged by him leaving that relationship. He's aware that I'm aware of that. I don't think he's planning on going anywhere. So I sometimes call Delilah, but even then, it's usually when something's triggered me to feel the strength of the emotional bond with my daughter, such as watching an anime where somebody's daughter dies. Then I'll call her, or something else that just sort of makes me feel strongly like how precious my daughter is, and I'll call her. Or if I need to talk to her about practical matters, obviously. I think one message that wouldn't be a terrible message to universally convey is that childhood stretches on indefinitely. You're always subject to being wounded and overwhelmed as a child is. That never changes. Maybe that's my poetic description of FI polar. I don't know. But I think for FI DOMs, they're probably rather acutely aware of all the FI baggage that piles up as they move through life. All the things once precious, now lost, you know. I think it's probably more the case for INFPs to retain all that FI data than ISFPs who countervalue SI. But nevertheless, FI is like a big boulder, call it a big cube of steel. It heats up very slowly. And then once it gets fully hot, it takes a long time to cool. So, you know, maybe this is an SI perspective on FI too, I'm not sure. But I had my dog Lacey for a long time. I loved her a lot right away, but I truly came to appreciate her over the years, and just how much I loved her became abundantly clear when she was run over by a car. And that big, super hot cube of steel took years to cool down. It took me years to stop crying every time I talked about that dog. It still makes me emotional. I loved that dog so much. So did Delilah. She was a very, very special dog. On the other hand, that which heats quickly will cool quickly if there's severance, right? Rachel and I heated quickly. I felt enamored of her right away. But had it ended right away, I'd long since be over that loss, I'm sure. Now, loss would be catastrophic. It would take a long, long time to get over. I'll certainly be very much heartbroken when one of the cats eventually dies, but I'll be much more heartbroken when both of the cats die. Like, um, I'm sure I'll miss whichever cat goes first. However, I think I'll really feel the sense of loss when we have no cat at all anymore. Obviously, I love Capio a lot. Um, but she and I are like two adults who love each other. Lacey was like, permanently having a 5-year-old kid. Trouble's like having another incredibly inconsiderate adult in the house. Happy birthday, Ruben. I guess I didn't see you here when you were here on your birthday. Have you ever seen Kino's Journey? I mean, the 2003 series, maybe my favorite anime, very philosophical. I'm maybe I started it. Maybe I started it because I do dig deep into the Crunchyroll barrel. I gotta go up here and start reading because I'm way behind in the chat. I don't know how to explain it though, lol. It feels as if folks here think they can like micromanage or play it safe or something and find something decent, but it doesn't work like if you love a person, it's inherently irrational. Well, that's true, but it's also the more you irrationally inherently love someone, the more risky it makes it, the more emotional liability you have, right? So we try to hedge against that liability by extending our emotional openness warily. I think that's a fair thing to say, right? I do think that what Hero is saying is true, but the more that I personally, and I think it's true for Rachel as well, felt the chemistry and connection, the more we felt the emotional liability, the risk as well. So it made for kind of a rocky start to the relationship because um, like everybody previously had disappointed us. Personally, I prefer to get hurt than to make suffer with false promises. For initiations, there are always mistakes that can happen, so people too good to harden up a little. Might do some people good to harden up a little. It doesn't mean I ever could. Not to be the love police, but yeah, I don't know why it annoys me either, but it does. Well, it's because you have a more conscious and real clarity about FI stuff than people who have FI polar like me or K. Not to you don't know me, but I do think here there's a lot of context to our lives. I think what he's getting though is that we're trying to intellectualize a process that he sees as wholly organic when best realized. He's probably correct about that, but it's not going to be realized that way for us. I think it get I think I get it. You only addicted or not feeling a thing. Reality is not necessarily the same. It's just weird that it seems you all have this in common that I don't. Well, most of us are FETI. And even if we aren't, we're not FI dumb any polar. So we talk a lot, you know, about a subject you probably don't think is informed by words very much. Yes, Machete, it's not addiction per se, but let's say I'm over zero people I've actually had feelings for. My heart is not very spacious. I would never want to be with any of them, but let's just say it's a level of attachment that I think would be hard for people to conceptualize. I think because we all see that partially human relationships are intentional, they are a shared project of sorts between people. You can decide to be friends with someone by actively investing time, attention, etc. in a person. But I think I like the risk of it all too. To have something real to play for in life, something to lose or gain. Well, I mean, I think we all acknowledge that you can't have a meaningful relationship with a deep bond without incurring that kind of high stakes game. But I think accordingly, we try to hedge our bets a bit by trying to like delegate to heuristics like red flags or whatever. These are the things I will not put up with. These are the things I will put up with. When in reality, when you get with a person, all these ideas you have going in turn out to be irrelevant ultimately, even if they're accurate or whatever. You might not create the feelings, but you build the bond. I like being crazy in love with a person in a traditional way. It makes sense for FI polar to have very little capacity for feels. We have plenty of capacity for feels, but we it's not informative very much to us, I guess. Like, and also it's the case like when I was in a state of limerence about Rachel, couldn't stop thinking about her, etc. That was a very my FI was very much a light and driving my behavior and such thinking for some stretch of time. But I wouldn't want to feel like that all the time. It's too it's too it's too consuming, right? Like, I don't know. I just can't operate like that long term. And when I was in that state of being, I like broke out into pimples and stuff. I had, it was like I was a teenager again all of a sudden. So it was very disruptive to me. Childhood trauma is overrated. Adult trauma is where it's at. I mean, it is the case that childhood trauma is like person defining in an unrecoverable from way that adult trauma is not necessarily. But adult trauma definitely does plenty of damage. Yeah, there is a different cognitive function frame going on here. Here I am. It's very easy to be hurt by people when they don't think they can hurt you. I think you just have little capacity to heal, so you're limited by that. Eric, have you seen Kino Journey? I've read that. It's weird that y'all aren't aware of it until after the fact, I guess is what I'm getting at. I don't know what Kay is talking about, to be honest. Yeah, it is true that we sort of don't understand it until after the fact. But, um, oh, hero, I agree that pain can be beautiful. The two are not mutually exclusive by any means. The feels are too intense. I get you, Eric. It basically doesn't allow you to function. Yeah, it's like, and the same thing is true if I feel like, hey, there's like, this used to happen all the time with Kimberly. We didn't resolve this thing about which I'm feeling hurt or mistreated or not heard or whatever. And I can't focus on anything else until this emotional upheaval is resolved in full. Of course, I never got full resolution for any such thing when I was with Kimberly, and accordingly, like my debate business fell apart. I couldn't do anything other than relationship stuff. It's why I said it's hard not pursue because in a sense you want to exercise it off of you in any way, even if it's through a rejection or disappointment. I feel you there, Katie. It may be the case that the right man for you is somebody who doesn't object to being pursued. I had the most magical childhood. I'm still fucked. Yeah. I feel you there. It's like I could never blame any of my failures on having been poorly parented. And I still can't. All the blame lies squarely on my own shoulders. The thing is, it is true that abuse suffered in adult relationships causes some degree of PTSD, right? Like when my first wife cheated on me, prior to that occurring, I was not jealous or suspicious at all. I didn't keep keep an eye on what my woman was up to. After that, I've never been as trusting. You know, I still am not as trusting as I was prior to that occurring. And uh, Kimberly fucked me up, and well, she really made a concerted effort to emasculate me. I'm obviously I'm Eric, So that's no small task to attempt to undertake. I I'm not entirely lacking in self-confidence, and I have pretty good resistance to being gaslit or whatever. However, if you're attacking me directly on subjectivities, I have no answer. If you're just trying to say things that could be interpreted as true but are definitely hurtful, I have no answer for you. Bye, Chris Chapman. You go have yourself some breakfast. The thing is, it's really challenging to get from age 11 to age 32. Those 21 years in there are the disaster years. During those 21 years, all kinds of unwise stuff will happen, you know? Why, it's just a regular sized plate of weed. It's mostly shake. In fact, I probably need to go get more buds from the freezer to put on the plate of weed so that I don't have to dig through the shake for buds. So, like Cosmic Kennistar, that is a plate of weed. But let me show you something more fun than that. The weed that goes on that plate comes from this big bag of weed. I got another bag in there too. So, obviously, when the weed goes on the plate, not every bit of every bud gets into the bowl. Ergo, an ever growing pile of shake. I think you can understand how that would happen. Are these the disaster years, or are they your opportunity to feel all the tasty emotions? Smiles and 22-year-old. Wow. Oh, Mike Hart was in Flow State chat yesterday? Really? I wish I had joined. Hey, see whoever's business you want to make it, Katie. Don't let anybody ever tell you TMI. It's like if you had a sane relationship with information, you'd want everything pertinent. You want every bit of information that's pertinent. You're welcome, Cosmic Star. I may have induced a little bit of weed envy in you. If I did, I'm sorry. Because, you see, I'm FE third. And I like to show off and brag a lot. So, well, don't tell yourself that. Say, look, the way I deal with shit is by talking about it. If you don't want to hear what I say about it, fuck off. That's what I want you to adopt as your narrative, okay? You refuse to internalize other people's, hey, let's all play privacy police all the time. Do not internalize that at all. Say, I hereby tell you and your privacy to fuck off. I am sharing with you important information. You might not think you need to know it, but you can't even know that until you know all the information I'm providing you. After I provided it all to you, then if you wish to critique it by saying, I found that information not useful and not anything I wanted to know, then fine. But allow me to give you the full, complete picture of every intimate detail of my private information before you pass that judgment. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is proof positive and good example of why KE comes here to learn. That's right. This is a place of teaching and a place of learning, okay? I'm teaching, you're learning. That's why people hate me, because that's the general attitude around here, right? I know everything. You don't know anything. Let me explain it all to you. Oh, this guy is fun. I guess he's a big Jesus guy, too. My cart. KE, I feel you 1,000,000,000%, dog. I could not feel you more 1,000,000,000%er. Saying painful things out loud or remembering painful things in your memories, the natural response to it is to run away, avoid, no, think of anything else. Don't say those horrible words. But if you do what you just said, then they become unpainful over time, you know? For just $369, you can purchase from me one complete correctness of your choice. It could be either a moral correctness, a typological correctness, relationship correctness, politics correctness, whatever you want that I can be correct about. You can't choose something that I'm unable to be correct about, like, how emotional are your emotions? How emotional are your emotions? Are they emoting hard enough at me? That's highway robbery. Yeah, well, it would be highway robbery. That's why instead of charging $369 per correctness, I'm just shoveling out massive snow shovelfuls of correctness for free at everybody all the time. Can I get an outfit check correctness? Yes, you can. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Elaine, those, I don't know, pleats on your blouse, they aren't doing it for me. Just with those pants, which already have kind of a lot going on, I want to see just a plain unpleated shirt with that, okay? Could be the same kind of whatever silk, polyester-ish material that is. That's fine. Color's fine. You know, any solid color would be fine. What you got here, this kind of off-white, is fine. But I need to see the pleats go, and frankly, your shoulders are looking a little small. Let's add some shoulder pads. And at that point, I'm going to say it pops, all right? Change your earrings. Something a little bit more understated. Maybe a single pearl in each ear would be fine, or a little gold ball. But what are those anyway that you're wearing? Are they Christmas decorations or earrings? Elaine, get it together. Get your head out of your ass. You're going to be an embarrassment to everybody else on the red carpet if you wear those earrings. And I can see it now. TMZ, Fashion Police, whatever, they're all going to say, her earrings look like Christmas decorations. That's seasonally inappropriate. What about your eyeshadow? You know, Elaine, right now, you've got seriously dark bags under your eyes, okay? So the key thing is, with your eyeshadow, which goes on top of your eyelid, you're going to want to match the color of the bags under your eyes, kind of a bluish dark, okay? Your eyeshadow currently is in the general vicinity of your eye bag color, but you need to match it more precisely. If you need to, go to Home Depot and they can color match your bags under your eyes. You just have to go underneath that little thing that tells you what color it is. Now, I just intuit all this, Elaine. I can intuit, thanks to my powerful intuition, exactly what's going on with you. And you know what I think, Elaine, I want you to do? I want you to change out of those pants, and I want you to be the first to bring back nylon stockings. The kind that used to be popular in World War II. That didn't go all the way up, right? And then wear a skirt so that you want the stockings to go above the knee, the skirt to be also land above the knee, but just barely above the knee, so that the top of the stockings don't show unless you like bend over or something. When you intuit, are you into it? When I intuit things, the truth just comes cascading directly from the mouth of God through the clouds and on top of your head like raindrops. I want to bring back the powdered wigs. Women didn't get to wear powdered wigs, okay, Elaine? Those were for men. Women are not pretty enough for powdered wigs. For you, what we're going to bring back is the hoop skirt with the Victorian corset, all right? High collar, you can wear one of those Quaker collars if you want, okay? I'll go for that. And then I'm thinking a kind of old school bonnet to give you a bit of a rural feel, tied underneath the chin. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Elaine. If the boot fits, sorry, girls, no powdered wigs for you. You can wear unpowdered wigs if you want. But first of all, you don't even have male pattern baldness. What are you thinking wearing a wig? I need a wig, obviously, but I bet you have your whole head covered with hair. So check your privilege, woman. You like what? Oh, you like those too. K.E. and Elaine are both fans of corsets, go figure. All right, well, how about this then? How about I put both of you in high heels? Then your feet will hurt. How about that, huh? Not this much. I mean, I kind of wish this was my hair my entire childhood and everything, you know. Then, instead of having a receding hairline, my hairline would have stayed exactly the same my whole life. Instead of growing such that I looked older over time, I just grew such that I looked more and more age appropriate. All right. While we're doing things to the various women here, Lou, I've decided to give you Botox. We're going to Botox those lips of yours to make them more paralyzed. You currently have too much range of motion in your face. Let's see what else we're going to do. Who wants to have their butthole bleached? Which of the Hero Lamb? You want to take one for the team and get your butthole bleached? Excuse me, Lou. I am mansplaining things to you. We're talking about all the things that all the women need to do. It includes shoulder pads, Botox, earlobe fattening, butthole bleaching. What are some other things that women need to do? Shaving all of their body hair off. You need to go to a tanning salon to get yourself more tan. You're too pale. If you're not very pale, you need to get skin bleaching and then go to a tanning salon. Let's see. You need to go to the gym, work out, drink some kind of protein shake, but not too many calories, and go to the gym and work out again. You need to have your hair look just right, but not too slutty. Okay. Same for the rest of you. You should show just the right amount of skin. That's too much shoulder. More modest, please. As a father, I can tell you, I gave up pretty early on trying to make helpful suggestions to Delilah about what she should wear. She didn't believe that my suggestions regarding her wardrobe comprised anything but a totally unwarranted and imperialist expression of the patriarchy. Fine. Dress a little slutty if you want. What could I do? She was going to win the argument. Like, who am I to decide what she should wear, you know? So, I didn't even bother having it. Just was like, are you sure you want to wear that? Dad. Okay, all right, fine. I will keep my little mouth shut. I remember that one time the police called me. She was parked in a part of the May Company parking lot, the old May Company parking lot. It's not hadn't been the May Company, wasn't the May Company still then even, but it had formerly been the May Company parking lot. And the parking lot was still there and the building was still there. Anyway, but you were not supposed to park under there, the bottom part of the May Company parking lot, even during the day. And so when I think it was after some school dance, Delilah had driven to the May Company parking lot with the boy that she went to the dance with. And the police called me and said, "Can you come pick up your daughter? She's, you know, half naked here in a car in the May Company parking lot." She was very embarrassed because the cop had come up on them while she had her shirt off. And I was like, you know, obviously by the time I got there, she had her shirt back on. But I said, "Hi." So, you were presumably discussing 50s, 60s era LA parking lot design, I'm guessing? This is a rather striking parking lot. I don't blame you for asking your friend here to go look at this parking lot with you. And I get it, you probably got hot, even though it's nighttime. Like maybe your shirt was chafing you, you know. Maybe I'm not sure what was going on, but are you ready to go home now? I think the cop didn't really like that I had kind of a cavalier attitude about it. Like I didn't really care that much. But I thanked them for calling me. I apologized for them going in the parking lot where they're not supposed to go. You know, took her home. I myself had my share of teenage shenanigans in that same May Company parking lot. That was the first place I ever smoked weed, was in that bottom part of that May Company parking lot. And also, one time when Dave Porter had a motorcycle, he gave me a ride on the back of his motorcycle. And there were these spiral things that took you, one of them goes up and the other one on the other side is down only, right? And so we were going up the up one and he was, and he popped right out of the top of it and crashed directly into this old lady's car. And I was thrown from the back of the motorcycle. I got a big scrape on my knee. And of course, my concern was, oh shit, my parents explicitly told me, do not ride on that motorcycle. And not only have I ridden on it, but I've now crashed on it. Dave had to push the motorcycle home. I kind of limped home with my super scraped up knee. And I lied. I told my parents I had fallen down in PE and scraped my knee. This is back in the day when, you know, you could You could scrape up the whole side of your body probably. And the school wouldn't call your parents necessarily. And if you hadn't broken anything, you know? So, I mean, they weren't home and there were no cell phones. It makes sense that the school had your parents' work number, but you only bother them at work if it's an emergency. Nobody had any cell phones, so different standard for what qualifies as legitimate need to communicate something. Anyway, so it passed muster. It passed the sniff test that might have happened. Uh, but then I freaked out because I was super lucky that I was home when this phone call arrived, and I was the one to answer it. An insurance lady called me because I was in this accident and basically wanted to see if I had any claims to file, you know? And I'm like, no, I'm fine. I just scraped myself. It's fine. No. Okay, bye. The insurance lady was probably like, I have never met anybody so eager to avoid filing an insurance claim. But because I had lied to my parents about it, right? So, I, and I was much more concerned about getting in trouble for for riding on a motorcycle had been explicitly told not to ride on than I was about any insurance nonsense, you know. And I did successfully get away with that. My parents never found out to the day they died that I had crashed on the back of Dave's motorcycle. So, high five, everybody. High five for that. Ravens are bully birds. They team up on either even larger predators like eagles and hawks in packs. Well, here, Lamb, it is the case that crows harass hawks. But I remember one day when we were in Arcadia, me and Rachel and Cameron were hanging out, and we were standing outside. We saw these crows bothering a hawk, and I commented, "I wish those crows would leave that hawk alone. Why do they keep bothering it?" And Cameron, with his third slot FI, said, "Well, if that hawk were flying around and you had babies in a nest, you'd try to prevent it from killing them too." And I'm like, "Oh, I actually never thought about that. Maybe they've got babies." You know, and the crows do warn all the other creatures when hawks come around. Like I've noticed this before around here that I mean lots of creatures notify the other creatures when hawks come around. The crows up here are enormous. The crows up here are bigger than the hawks are consistently. And it's like when you hear one flying past the house, it's like it's super like loud wing flappy sound. You know, that reminds me of things that believe themselves to be flappy. And on that list, named KE is front and center. She has declared that she believes herself to be flappy, even though that's not really even a thing. Like she believes her skin to be not taut enough. There's not a single speck of a person's body that they can't find some reason to feel is inadequate. It's a shame. That's why I want to get eczema and I want to get some of that blotchy cream to make myself blotchy to normalize these things. Hawks can knock other birds out of the sky, killing them. I don't know how, but they do it. Well, hawks do have a dive function that most birds don't have. Like fishing birds have it, and hawks have it. Falcons have it. This capacity to eagles to dive and grab something. So that dive ability probably is how they knock another bird unstable. And then because they have that dive ability, it means they're able to pull out of a dive more effectively than other birds probably. But this is all just speculation. I'm not a bird scientist. Oh, eagles aren't? No, they're fish. They fish, don't they? They grab fish with their talons, I believe. And then they're pescatarians, Boba Fett. Scavengers? They may scavenge as well. Like, say, vultures. We do have vultures up here. Scavengers is, I think, what you're thinking of. And vultures will scavenge the fuck out of whatever, They love scavenging. We also have turkeys. They don't scavenge. They just walk around, peck at things. Mind their own business mostly. Unlike peacocks, who are terrible birds. Peacocks, their name is appropriate for them. They're as pleasant as pea, and they're complete cocks. So I'm happy to have traded in dumbass peacocks for much preferable turkeys. Yes, they are, Boba. Yes, they are. They will steal other birds' nests and stuff and eat meat. Crows? Crows will eat meat for sure. When I was a kid, Dave Porter and I visited this old lady who lived a few blocks away from us, who had two things that we were interested in. She had a large cactus garden, and Dave and I were both into cacti. He got me into it, really. But of note in this story, she had a crow that I don't know if she had raised it from a baby or what, but she'd go outside with raw hamburger meat and it would fly down, and I don't know if it landed on her arm or like landed on a fence near her or something, and she'd feed it raw hamburger meat. And Dave and I naturally thought that was just insanely cool. We're like, I want a crow. I want a crow to come eat from my hand. And in fact, my family, we did have a blue jay that my mom had rescued and raised from being a very small bird. And it did, in fact, live in the trees outside and fly down and eat mealworms from our hands and stuff. Unfortunately, it never learned to be scared enough of cats. It would walk around the ground a lot too. And, my friends and I one time rescued it from Squawky, a neighbor cat that grabbed it and carried it underneath the house. We managed to get the bird out and it was fine. But it didn't learn anything, and not that long afterwards, it was killed by a different cat across the street. But it was cool while it lasted. You could go outside. My mom would go outside and she named it Pretty Boy, like Pretty Boy Blue. It was a blue jay. So, she's like, pretty boy, and he'd come fly down, eat mealworms. He'd come down for me or my dad too, And during its childhood, it lived inside on this ficus tree. My mom fed it with a eyedropper, kept it alive. You know, classic ISFJ move. Kimberly was the same way. She would unavoidably save any creature that she could. Like, Kimberly tried to save this nearly dead, drowned baby possum from the gutter. You know, like, reached down, grabbed this disgusting thing, and clung it to her bosom. It's like, okay. I acknowledge the fundamental goodness of you. Only a good person would do that. So you're not a bad person. You just abuse the shit out of me. Work calls and still calls. I don't have shifts. I just have stuff to get done before a certain time and coworkers that live in all possible time zones. Well, maybe I should do some work for you, Kay. What kind of work do I have to do? Would I have to make a computer game? Dear computer, please make the computer game like this. And I write it a letter of what kind of computer game I wanted to make. And then I guess just turn that into an exe file and then the computer just makes that game. Is that how it works? Or do I need to code some kind of launcher? I know a Delilah too, many years ago. It is a nice name. Flower names are cool. It's the name of the flower is actually Dahlia, not Delilah. Delilah is the name of the lady who cut off Samson's hair in the Bible. It's also what we named her Delilah after is a cocktail. It's like a lemon drop, but something different about it. Exactly, I'm not sure exactly what. Don't remember anymore. Anyhow, it was a very rare name to name your kid when we named Delilah Delilah, but now it's more common. And some years after she was born, I remember maybe she was like 8 or something, the song Hey There Delilah came out. When we named her Delilah, there was not a song that went with her name. Like if you name your kid Caroline, you know your kid's gonna hear Sweet Caroline, pyong, 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 for her whole life. If you name your kid Michelle, your kid's gonna hear Michelle, my belle. These are words that go together well, my Michelle. If you name your kid Layla, they're gonna hear that horrible Eric Clapton song. If you name your kid Peggy Sue, they're gonna hear that Buddy Holly song. I think it's Buddy Holly. But when I named her Delilah, there was no song that was a guaranteed go-to song. There was this old Cole Porter song. Oh, please be sweet, my chickadee. 'Cause even though you are only 3, you're delightful, you're dear lovely, you're Delilah. but it did, Lila. You can tell at a glance what a swell night it is for romance. You can hear dear Mother Nature murmuring low. Let yourself go. That song is called Delilah. It's a good song. It's hard to sing. It's got a complicated jazz melody, you know. At least the chorus slash bridge or whatever you want to call it does. That you can tell at a glance part. It's tricky to sing. You got to practice that a bit. It's got a huge range of notes and it does tricky things. But anyway, Hey There Delilah didn't exist yet. And so I will go up and look at Elaine's question. And so you cannot blame me for the fact that every time somebody talks to Delilah on the phone and says, Hey there, Delilah, they immediately then followed up with what? What's it like in New York City? Have I thought about elf ear surgery, Eric? I have. But I decided to get my tail bobbed instead. Like a Doberman pinscher. You know, without the ear pointiness. Just the tail bobbing. Because what do I need a big long tail for anyway? I don't. I wish my parents had just said, yes, cut it off when I was born with it, in fact. But since I'm stuck with it, I decided might as well make the best and bob it rather than just have it removed entirely. It's a little bit more stylish now that I'm an adult and can appreciate having a tail. When I was a child, the other boys would tease me in the sing-songy way, saying, you have a tail, you have a tail. And I'd say, shut up. It's not a tail, it's just a very long, thin, wagging butt cheek. Long, thin, wagging butt cheek is a good definition for tail. Don't worry, I assure people. My tail is not prehensile. It's hensile. Maybe even post-hensile. You're a cat who's getting a whole lot of pets, and all your fur is flying, I guess. I don't know what I'm gonna do with your fur. Will I make a coat out of it? Or make another cat? Yet I do not know what to do with all of this fur. Oh, yes. You love to eat food with your mouth. Yes, you do. And then after he's done eating food with his mouth, he likes to digest it with his stomach. If you love digesting food with your stomach, you're going to love the new Lifetime series, Digest This, a show which asks regular people to digest things that cannot possibly be digested. This week, Carol's going to attempt to digest uranium. Well, Carol, have at it.
How am I gonna chew this?
You're not. Just swallow it whole.
But it's the size of a baseball.
Well, I think you're underestimating your throat's flexibility, Carol.
Fair enough.
Somebody give her the Heimlich maneuver, please. Do we have a smaller ball of uranium for Carol to attempt to swallow? Ah, here you go, Carol. This should work a little bit better. It's the size of a golf ball.
Okay, well, I still feel kind of like, less than 100% after having been administered the Heimlich maneuver.
I don't need you to be 100%, Carol. The show must go on. Whatever percent you're currently at is fine. Now get out there and swallow some uranium.
Okay. There, I did it.
Now, thanks to the radioactivity of the uranium, we will use a darkened room to watch her digestive processes glow through her stomach in the dark. Well, sorry, Carol. Unfortunately, you died before digesting the uranium, which means you're not going to win this week, but you will go home with consolation prizes, including an all-expense-paid funeral in beautiful downtown Burbank. All right, friends. Well, thanks for joining us tonight, and we will see you next week on Digest This, when we'll meet Tom and see if he can digest this bucket of rocks. Well, Tom, remember, it doesn't count unless you can digest the whole bucket full of rocks.
This is like at least 10 pounds worth of gravel.
Yeah, well, it's not going to eat itself. So get to it.
All right. Can I have some water to wash it down with?
All right, get him a glass of water. Tap water. I don't want to waste any of the bottle stuff on this guy. I have serious doubts about whether he's going to eat all that gravel.
Well, that's the last of it.
Oh, that's a lot of gravel to have eaten. All right, let's put Tom on that scale, folks. As you see, he's 10 pounds heavier. Now, before you poop, can you lose a pound by digesting some of the gravel?
I'm going to try my best, Greg.
That's what we like to hear, Tom. That's what we like to hear. Well, that sound is the sound of the ambulance taking Tom away. Apparently, he was unable to digest even a single pound of the 10 pounds of gravel he consumed and is now experiencing stomach pain. Sure, you might call the stomach pain acute or life-threatening, but let's not quibble on specifics. Next week, we'll meet Mary, who attempts to digest this ball of magma. Until then, we'll be keeping it molten. Hamdulillah. Hamdulillah Magada. What a wonderful thing. All right, so one thing that would be really nice, although I have my doubts as to whether it's truly possible if I'm just dreaming some kind of opium dream. I know I have around here another tire pump. I bought one when I thought I had lost the one the camera left me. Then I found the one the camera left me and apparently lost the other one. So I'm gonna look around for it and see if maybe I can find it. I have this one kind of sneaking suspicion, and it may just be complete nonsense, but nevertheless, I do have a suspicion that perhaps the air pump made it up into the attic. Yes, it's more likely to be wishful thinking than it is to be correct. But why don't we go take a peek? Why don't we go take a little peekaroo in ye old attic, which is what they used to call it in England. Spelled, of course, with an E on the end of old. Let's just take a gander as though we were geese. Uh-oh. It looks like we may run into a bit of a problem here regarding whether or not we can pull down the stairs. It looks like they might fit here right next to it, actually. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well, would you look at that? I can both leave the drying rack thing here and get the stairs without them interfering with one another. Happy day indeed. Okay. Up to the attic we go. Haven't been up here in a while. And if my belief that the children are our future is going to be borne out, then I'm going to need to find that air pump. The thing is, I suspect if I had put it up here, I probably just would have put it someplace like right here, you know. I wouldn't have walked way back there and put it way back there for no particular reason. Where have all the flowers gone? Can somebody answer me that question, please? Where have all the flowers gone? Oh, good. I found one of these things. It'll strengthen my hands a lot. Just what I need. Well, I do note that there are a couple of suitcases that I put up here not that long ago. You want to see some deprecated tech? Look at these size of these floppy disks. Let's see what we got here. LPS2. The ComStore user diskette. Not sure what that's. I'd like to find a computer that runs these things, you know? This is from 2000. Oh, this is diskette number 2000. It says on it, CPIM 2.2p system work disk. So that says on it right there. Whatever that is. This one says condominium forms. Word processing. This disk contained on it extremely early word processing program, I guess. What else do we have in here? Basic programs. This contains more than one program on it? I'm kind of shocked. This looks to be a programming language or like a sandbox for working in early Pascal, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know what kind of computer takes those size disks. Like, my family was kind of early adopters on computers, but I don't remember ever having any computer that took these big disks like this. Here we've got some of these kind of disks. There's an intermediate kind of disk between the kind I just showed you and these kind of disks. It says Starfields, DSS, VideoFX 3D, Pencraft, G-Lock install, Super RAM, Imagen, DigiView, TV text. This is for the Commodore Amiga, which we have right there, but which I'm afraid Corey broke when we were trying to set it up. Blank discs. Well, obviously, I'm not getting any closer to my dream of finding the air pump. Let's not lie to ourselves about that. What's this? Like, what in the world is this? This is some kind of super old computer component, I think. It says it's a. No, this doesn't go with this box, obviously. This might go with this box. I don't know what all that is. All right, well, nice little box. Looks like it might have something valuable in it, but instead there's nothing in it. Computer components. Computer components like this. This is a disk drive. They take the intermediate sized disks, not these big ass ones, but the other size floppy disks. The kind that fit in this size box. There aren't any in this box, but I think there are some of those size discs around here somewhere. A lot more boxes of these size discs in here. None of which will do me any good whatsoever. I don't need any of those things. I forgot to put these things back in my box. Oh. What is this? Oh, right. This is one of those big backdrop things. What is this? Get out of there, you. What is this? I have no idea what this is. Well, sometimes you just don't get to know what things are. And that's okay. This is one of those times. Put that back in there. Put this back in here. What's this? Super RAM 500X. Another one of those things. I don't know what those things are. Oh my god. All this old computer stuff. More old computer stuff. More old computer stuff. What is this? Ah. What is this? A gas test box? What a weird thing. A gas test box. Look at this weird thing. Not sure if these things go with it or not, maybe. But it's called a gas test box. Got a little fan in there. And I guess there's some sort of plate to cover the front of this. Maybe you put these testing things in there and it tells you what kind of gas it is. I don't know. But basically, what I'm getting at is I think you're supposed to fart in this box. Well, obviously my air pump's not up here. What is this stuff? Some kind of wire? I don't know. There's all kinds of crazy shit up here. Mostly all of it, almost all of it, old computer nonsense. Like, I'm sure I could build a early 80s computer out of the stuff up here if I just had any kind of know-how, right? Like, I'm sure I have all the components one could possibly need to put together a computer that no longer has any use or purpose because the technology is long deprecated. Alright, so if my pump's not there, might it be in one of these things? No. Silicone spray lubricant. Oh, I got a nice big bottle of W40 in here. Oh, hey, look at this. It's a chicken. / I guess, doorstop. Things I never noticed before. And we have Drano already here with liquid plumber and Drano. I didn't need to buy any of either of those things. Well, actually, they're not that much left, so it's just as well I bought them. Okay, I still see no sign of my missing air pump. Let's look in a couple of other places. Let's explore our options of where I might have put it. In theory, I might have put it in here for some reason. I shouldn't have put it in here. It should not be plausible that I put it in here. But it is because, well, I'm kind of a big dummy, is why. Let's see if it's down here.
No, not there. Is it in here? No. This whole big thing of stuff is, but that is not. Alright, so it's not in here. Might I have... Oh gosh, I don't know. Put it in this closet or something? No. Up here? There's my Johnny hat. Huh. Well, let's look in here. Maybe I put it in here. I'm pretty sure I've already searched like the whole garage. So maybe I haven't though. There's all these pens and shit left down here. Along with this. 10,000 Brazilian, no, I'm sorry, 100,000 Brazilian Cruzeiros note. Alright, well, it's not in the tech closet, it's not in this closet, it's not in that closet. It's, I don't know where else it could possibly be but the garage. Even though I feel like I've looked every place it could be in the garage. Maybe I missed a spot. It is not up here for sure. We can eliminate this one completely. Not there. Okay, with the box. I'll give you a little cleaning. You earned it by being filthy. Actually, it's not too bad. Just one pee and one poo. So not in that one. What about down here someplace? Not down there. Not back here anywhere. Alright, we're going to eliminate those two spots. Not in either of those spots. Now let's look in these spots. Jesus Christ. There's a big box of mail that I brought with me from LA that just sat there forever, I guess. It's a real memory trigger, you know. Just remember where I was, what I was doing when I did this stuff. I drew this picture of Fly Guy. been during the last term. I made him extremely well endowed, probably at his request, I guess. Alright, let's look down here now. See if perhaps we can locate it down here. See anything that's consistent with that, but I took some things out, probably looking for a specific size of bar string. Here's some little headphones. I don't have the kind of phone that uses these kind of headphones anymore. Well, look there. Now's not the time to clean up the mess that you should have cleaned up last time. Okay? But since you're almost done, go ahead and finish. Oh, look at this. Pew, 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 pew. Put these in there. Get this on there. Yeah. Okay. Put all this stuff in here. That. These. Alright. Put that back there. This is just papers and cool stuff. Fine. Got like 7-inch singles record one in that box. Alright. Now, it's not there, it's not up there. Could it be in here? No. Not in there. Not right there. This is so in the way. Across the board. It needs to go in a different place than in the garage. Unfortunately, I think acacia and ribbon, probably acacia really, kind of fucked it up. It's like over tightened down there, so I'm not sure what to do about that. I'll have to get some, like vice grips would probably help with that. Alright. Is there anything behind this? No. Does not appear so. That'd be a terrible place to put anything anyway. Not up on any of those shelves. I don't exactly remember what it looks like as part of the problem. Rachel's shoes and stuff. That's not what I'm looking for. Well, at this point, I'm about ready to conclude that I'm not going to find that thing. But I know I've already looked over here a million times. looked in here already? Yeah, I looked in here. Alright, or maybe not. Maybe it's in here. No, it's not in there. Maybe it's in here. No, it's not in there. All right. You put these snowshoes away. I don't really need this box. Rachel's relative sent her these snowshoes. Which I feel confident Rachel did not want. But I'm not unhappy that we have these snowshoes, actually. I can conceive of myself using them someday for some purpose. They even come with little walking sticks. So why not? Why not accept a gift of snowshoes that you never thought you'd ever dream of having, obviously. I don't think anybody ever imagines they will at some point own snowshoes. Because after all, there has got to be a better way to get around than snowshoes. Still, in very select contexts, perhaps not. Well, these things are called box cutters for a reason, you know. This is actually what they're for. This box is proving unusually resistant to being broken down. It's made out of tough cardboard and it's putting up quite a fight. So I'm not going to use the box cover. In other contexts, I might just use my hands or whatever. But this particular box was not going to go down without a fight. Alright, well, it may not have gone down without a fight, but it did eventually go down. And we should all feel pretty good about that. Okay. Now what I want to do is move this fan and just look in these ice chests here to make sure I didn't do something really smart like put it inside of this chest. Oh, that's all sound spice. It probably will save SpaceX, but it will also lose whatever it is you put in the way. Okay. Now, it's not back there. That's good. Hey, look, I found my pressure washer attachment. That's good. I'd like to be able to get back here, frankly. I should put this someplace else, maybe. I don't really have another good place to put something like this. But if it fits over where I currently have the shovels, I'd probably be better served to put the shovels here. Let's see if I can fit this over here. Of course not. Of course I got a spot. Because that would just be too convenient, huh? Alright, well, let's look in here. You know, I'm like 1,000,000,000% sure it's not in here. Indeed, it's not in there. Now let's look in here. No, it's not in here either. OBBS OBS. We've got a variety of things in there, such as this. Which I guess is, not sure what to make of this exactly. Not sure what that is. What is this? I don't know. Eject with cable unwound. This plugs into what? What could this possibly be? Some kind of camera thing, maybe? I don't know. Well, regardless, back you go, Mr. Thing. Get in there like that. There we go. And put this back in here. This is not obviously an air pump. So that's not what we're looking for. And the cold hard truth of it is, we're just getting distracted for no good reason. Alright, I see the electric chainsaw. I see a Dremel tool. I see a circular saw. I see a drill, some rope, an electrical tester,
couple of put onto your boots, walk on ice, helping shoe things. And absolutely zero sign of the air pump. Well, that leaves one last place it could possibly be. If it's not there, I mean, I don't know where it could possibly be. I know I bought one, and yet, as far as I can tell, I do not have one. All right, let's look. It's just a bunch of stereo stuff. There's that. Slide projector, a bunch of bullets, a gun cleaning kit, another gun cleaning kit, some speakers, a couple of receivers, another receiver. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck happened to that thing. I guess it's just a mystery that'll never be solved. What could I possibly have done with it? Could I put it in here for some reason? I don't see it anywhere. Could I like put it in the glove compartment of the little wilderness car? I don't know if it would fit in there or not. I doubt it. But, you know, it's like they say in the books. Fuck me late for Christmas and steal all my Easter eggs. I wonder if I could have like tucked it into the car, like under the seat or something. Possible. Looks like I'm about to run out of electricity on my phone. All right. Hold that thought for a second. Okay. Well, I don't know where I possibly could have put that thing because there are only so many places one can put things around here, you know? It's just MIA. Not unlike your mom last night. She was supposed to meet me at the sex dungeon. She never showed up. She texted me an apology. Sorry I got tied up, but I think really she just meant she got stopped at another sex dungeon. Okay, so I have no choice but to give up on finding that thing. There's not a single other place I can conceive of it being. But I know I bought one. I know it came to my house. I know, and yet I can find it no place. And that, needless to say, is not ideal. Well, when things are not ideal, generally speaking, best course of action is to first and foremost pull a bonger. I seem schizotypal. Who, me? No, I'm not schizotypal. Whatever that is. I'm assuming it means like schizoid or something. Schizoid is a label used to pathologize and create a problem when there is none among young males, mostly between, say, 16 and 26, who have FI on the backside. It makes me better at focusing on the stuff that matters and cutting my options down. I gotta wash my hands. Yeah, I put it there, but one never knows. Oh. Well, beats the fuck out of me. It beats all of the fuck out of me and the literal fuck out of me. Frustrating, but definitely not the only thing that I once had as an object that somehow just went missing. Sometimes I find them a lot later. I felt like, sometimes not that much later. Like yesterday, I could not find my work gloves anywhere. I was like, what the fuck did I do with them? They're always here in my toolbox. Well, they were, instead of being in my toolbox, they were in the fishing net one uses to pick up a fish, presumably if one were to ever catch one, which I never do. I had taken them with me, I guess, to go fishing, and had put the gloves, a hat, a couple other things inside the fishing net. I spotted them. I got lucky to spot them because they were visible, not behind a door. So those weren't missing for very long before I found them. On the other hand, there was like this one long mic cable that I was looking for I don't know, 9 months before I found it. And of course, I found it when I wasn't looking for it. That's how those things happen. Which types tend to be schizoid? Well, types that tend to either identify with the description of schizoid or be, designated schizoid by some third party are types with 7 or 8 FI. INTPs, ENTPs, ISTPs, ESTPs. Those are most likely to be type schizoid. But to be called schizoid, but depending on whose quote unquote diagnosis you're talking about, well, people love to pathologize others as a means of explaining their differences. Rude to call me a schizoid. Good. Yeah, think I'm ESFP. You are not ESFP. Nor do you think that you're ESFP. Never SIA. But the loss is all. I'm in trouble typing this morning, Boba Fett. Typing with your fingers, I mean. You're about as ESFP as me, KE. I should say not very ESFP. Minimally ESFP. What was I gonna just check on? Oh, right. Let me check to see if that person responded to my what day and time do you want for your typing session. Somebody, unfortunately, and much to my distress, somebody paid me. Which means I have to work. I want to make sure I'm there on top of whatever they say, put on a schedule. But apparently I've received no reply yet. So, worth noting. In fact, I'm quite sure I have typed this person before. I recognize the email address. I don't have any clear concept of what she looks like or whatever. But I know I've encountered this email address before at least. Maybe not through typing, I'm not sure, but I think so. I'm ESFJ according to the internet. Well, if you find the parts of the internet that are determined to delegitimize Eric at the expense of everything else in the world, then you may find typings of me other than ENTP. If you are talking about every person in the world who is serious about the possibility of things being objectively so or whatever, if they're serious about assessing me and they know anything at all about cognitive functions and they're serving any interest other than shitting on Eric, everybody agrees I'm an ENTP. Yes, KE, C.S. Joseph claims he's an ENTP. I test as one, function wise, right? Big difference. Right. He's serious, but he's wrong. And it is not the case that everybody who's trying to do a serious job of typing people with cognitive functions concludes that C.S. Joseph is an ENTP. I'm saying everybody who's trying to do a serious job of identifying ENTPs identifies me as one. I mean, C.S. Joseph is some kind of TE Dom. And I guess it's kind of a wash as to whether he's harmful regarding people's understanding of the type, ENTP, by purporting to be one when he clearly isn't, or if it's helpful in that he provides a stark contrast that I can point to and say, okay, this is what looks like when a TE Dom positions themselves as an ENTP. I actually think both ENTPs and ESTPs are kind of crybabies in the sense that, sure, like ESTP males have kind of this tough guy thing going on, but FI polar is sort of by nature prone to emotional squalls, feeling very emotional all of a sudden and then having those emotions pass really quickly. If you're not, if you don't have any sort of problems with crying, like I don't like care if people see me crying or whatever, then it's not incorrect to call me a bit of a crybaby. And I know the same thing is true of my daughter, who's an ESTP. But the point is, as people normally use the term, obviously neither TI tool user is a crybaby. In other words, there's nobody who's more easily held accountable, more willing to be held accountable, more accountable to themselves, more habituated to an objective, disinterested calculus about things rather than an interested one. It's TI tool. So in that regard, TI tool may be the least likely to purposelessly whine about something. If that's what you mean by a crybaby, then we're definitely not that. But FI polar, I definitely cry a lot more frequently than Rachel does with FI6. It just doesn't stick much. I have a million ways to get rich. I just will never act them out because it's not inherently interesting to me and I can't force myself to do something I like for too long. Are you quoting me or what? Or you just have the identical perspective? I, once again, dog, feel you. I know, Katie, it's shocking to you. Wait, another dog can feel me? But dogs don't feel me. They are skeptical of me and or convey in subtle ways they don't approve.
Surely I cannot be encountering another dog who feels me. Well, dog, let me tell you, I feel you. Because you and I are the same type, thus empowering me to feel you. Would you rather have wealth or love if you could only have one? Well, I mean, I guess the best answer to the question is wealth first, because that makes you able to choose from more possible options for love. If getting wealth, like, eliminates the possibility of you getting in a loving long-term relationship forever, then that's dumb. Because the wealth doesn't presumably last forever. You could always spend it all. Dogs also smell each other's poop. What are DODs? DODs, Department of Defense. The Department of Defense smells each other's poop. I believe it. Oh, dogs. Yeah, sure. They smell another dog's poop. It informs them a lot about that dog. That dog, their poop smells like this. Their butthole is going to smell similar. So if I encounter the dog again, I remember the smell of this poop. And when I smell their butthole, I'll go, same dog, you know. I can tell that this dog's been eating kibbles and bits. I can tell that he gets only a small amount of table scraps, etc. You can tell a lot of things from a dog's poop. That's why I always smell dog's poop as well. My aunt is a TE Dom. She likes to toy with people, watching them squirm from what I've seen. Well, I suspect that Deft Artisan, that for a TE Dom who likes to fuck with people like that, that represents some kind of toxicity not implicit to TE. Like the ENTJ boss I used to have, she definitely displayed that quality with me as our relationship deteriorated, but it backfired on her because there's zero chance she was going to outsmart me. She may be an ENTJ. She may end up determining that I'm just going to fire him with manufactured cause so that I can breach contract, even though he factually did not do the thing I'm accusing him of. So in that regard, SE wins, right, over TE or TI, NI or NE. She thought she could trick or trap me. She was terribly wrong about that. I could read what she was up to the whole time. Like, at least read it as a possibility enough to prevent it from being executed as she intended. So, you see an ENTJ and an ENTP clash head to head in a context like she's the owner of the business, I'm the director. And you'll see ultimately
both parties worse off for the clash. I did more harm to her than she did to me ultimately, because she needed me a lot more than I needed her. It's not easy to find somebody to do the job that I did, especially find somebody to do multiple jobs like I did, as well as I did them all. Curriculum development, hiring, firing, and most difficult job of all, coaching debate. You want to hire a winning debate coach? You and everybody else, right? There are winning programs who consistently win because they're coached by a coach. And then there's everybody else. For every winning debate coach, there's 50 losing ones. She had this TENI frame of reference that said, if I can extract from Eric all the protocols and instructions on how to be a good whatever, in other words, if I can extract from all the curriculum and program architecture that I need to put my program together, implement the ideas he's telling me I should do for the reasons he's telling me I should do them, well, then I can just fire him, not have to deal with his pushback anymore, and move forward fully automated. Everybody's replaceable. She told me that one time specifically. She's like, listen, in a company, Eric, everybody's replaceable, even me. I explained to her, the exception to this rule are coaches and star players. If you're dealing with a zero-sum thing, you can't replace Nick Saban at Alabama and expect things to just proceed forward. College football playoff appearance after college football playoff appearance, long stretches of without defeat, etc. That kind of level of success, there are a select few individuals who can attain and sustain it, and it's for reasons specific to them. Such parties are not necessarily replaceable. If you've got your business predicated on the foundation of we're a winning debate program, we win a lot of trophies, we win a lot of tournaments, we're the juggernaut, then that drives a lot of business to your business, right? Then it's easy to fill the introductory classes and whatnot. Take away the winning, all of a sudden you got an entirely different business on your hands. So while she's had to sustain a business that was built upon my ideas, my talents, my hard work, without me in the ensuing years, and never attaining the success that she had while I was there again. She's never been anywhere close to that successful again. She's got to deal with that every day of the whole existence of that business. Meanwhile, I went on to successfully run autonomy debate for at least a little while. And then moved on to a different part of my life, So, yeah, she may have gotten away with breaching contract and firing me without cause, but it cost her way more than it cost me. So ultimately, I don't know if that's representative of a typical conflict between an ENTJ and an ENTP. But, oh hell no. Oh hell no, ENTJ. No. You cannot cog me, motherfucker. You cannot behave as though I'm a cog in your system, easily enough replaced by your overarching TE machinations and NI clarity about the singular path to take. Fuck no. Not in this field, you can't. I'm Eric. You can't replace me. Sure, ask whatever question you want. Nobody ever needs to ask me if they can ask a question. If you were one of my debaters, Nikolov, I would just say, yes, and you just did. Eric, may I ask you an off-topic question? Yes, and you just did. And that was it. That's how I told my debaters to answer if somebody asked in public forum, can I ask the first question? And it drove me fucking crazy when they said, when they were in cross, can I ask the first question? That's it. You are not allowed to ask any first question because you said that. Obviously, everybody is entitled to ask anybody whatever questions they want because there's no obligation for the person to answer them. Nobody needs permission to question anybody. And of course, you might just get silence as a response. You thinking of cogging, Eric? What's cogging? I don't know what cogging is. Oh, becoming a cog, I see. Yeah, well, I'm not a particularly good cog. I'm not a very stable cog. I don't retain the shape you indicate I have to retain. I don't steadily and consistently perform the function you want me to perform without interfering with all of my damn ideas. Well, KE, because you're not a typologist, okay? So presumably, you're going to more tenderly not tell Jeremiah Fix that he's wrong. Because you're a woman, that makes you soft and kind. And I'm a man, that makes me mean and a dick. Everybody knows that. Depends, Eric. There are some jobs that want you to interfere. Well, right. So for the duration of my career there with that ENTJ woman, that the majority of it, the bulk of it was spent developing all the program architecture. She needed my ideation. She needed me to be the visionary, right? She understood she knew how to run a school as a business, an after school program as a business. She didn't really have any ideas about what to teach. Her original idea was leadership classes, whatever that means. I came in and said, no, let's do a competition debate program instead. And I can write the curriculum for all the introductory level classes. I can write lesson plans for every event at multiple levels. We can have two level of introductory classes. For most people, if they are good, after the first one, they'll join the competition team. If they're not, then we make them go to the second introductory level class. And then if we really feel like guilted into it, we'll let them into the competition class after 2 full years of introduction or something. But I didn't want the scrubs in the competition class, you know. Anyway, then we had the competition level classes at different age levels. And while I was putting all that together and building the fucking thing into a juggernaut, um, we didn't have any conflict really. We didn't really have any conflict until I quit drinking. Once I quit drinking, I was no longer just compliant, try not to make trouble guy. What's that sissy song you did? Are you talking about Dying Day? I like how you come up with derogatory nicknames for my songs. You know, what's that shitty one where you're kind of like meow 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 meow? Something about, it's like a really good example of how badly you suck. You might call it your suck portfolio song. Could SI blind spot be related to clumsiness? At least more so that than SI eighth slot and third slot, because I've observed that INTJs are not as clumsy as some ENFJs or ENTJs. I have not observed this purported clumsiness that you've observed in ENFJs or ENTJs. I have observed clumsiness in Rachel and in me, but I think that links much more to weak SE than it does to weak SI. In general, I think it links more to SE than SI. Delilah might. That's okay, but I will now henceforth refer to it as my sissy song. I think it's appropriate to designate it such because, after all, it was written for Kimberly. Yeah, there is something about volatility that may correlate with more creative productivity. Uh, Battles, fights with Kimberly tended to result in songs. Delilah might say that she's clumsy, but she doesn't. I don't see her being clumsy. I don't look it, but I've never not dropped my wallet while paying for something. Well, I probably won't drop my wallet, but I knock shit over, I bump into stuff. I will drop things, but probably not my wallet. I do think that people cannot be reliably counted on to self-report their clumsiness because it's, first of all, it's pretty subjective. Like, sure, if I watch a person go about their business for a meow amount of time, keep track of the number of incidents in which one would reasonably call clumsy, knocking something over, dropping something, not watching where you're going, somebody have to get out of your way, maybe, like that I could objectively articulate these people are more clumsy than those people. But as far as self-reporting goes, you're going to be either relating what other people have told you about your own clumsiness, or the extent to which you perceive yourself as clumsy because of remembered incidents of clumsiness. But depending on where your stack, how your stack lines up, you might remember every incident of clumsiness and go, "Oh yeah, I'm pretty clumsy. I can think of these 3 times over the course of the years that I dumbly bumped into this thing and knocked it over, blah, blah, blah." Well, you're not really clumsy. You're just not comparing yourself against alternatives. You're comparing yourself against an ideal, right? So it's like another thing like that is you can't sometimes reliably get people to self report about procrastination. Do you procrastinate? Yeah, I'm pretty bad about it, really. Like, I knew I had to get this bill paid by the 30th, and I waited till the 22nd to pay it, even though I'd received it on the 15th. You're not procrastinating. You don't know what procrastination means. Would I say you're clumsy, Acacia? Uh, Hopefully this doesn't hurt your feelings, but yes. Watching you struggle to figure out how to hold a rifle against your shoulder, clumsy. Watching you use your slingshot, you looked like somebody who was playing with a slingshot, not trying to shoot anything really. Um, the way that you somehow managed to screw my telescope thing way too tight so that it's like I can't unscrew it and it's like stuck in one place. That's it qualifies as clumsy. I will figure out how to unscrew it. I just need to get a wrench, pliers kind of things. Because it's the thing that's supposed to hand tighten, but I can't hand untighten it. So we'll see about how much of a challenge it gives me when I try it with some vice grips or something. Anyway, all those things qualify as clumsy. That doesn't mean that while you were here, you fell down the stairs a bunch of times, right? Clumsiness doesn't have to manifest as slapstick slipping on banana peel stuff. It's okay. Because when you turn the top part, it tightens that or loosens that bottom part a little bit. If you turn it too much, then you over tighten it. Right, but one aspect of clumsy is that maybe isn't generally perceived as clumsy exactly is the ability to see the physicality of somebody else and imitate it. So I cannot have a lot of trouble. Takes a long time for me to really look at it and try to figure it out to imitate a dance that I see. Like I was trying to do the very easy dance that is in Think About Things video, and I I really had to go, okay, hold on. So are their hands moving the same direction as their hips? Yes, it looks like they are. That's a kind of clumsy in a way. Like when I one time went to Subway and had clearly a new employee at the Subway who was also clearly SE polar, INTP, INFP. Watching this person build my sandwich, like he didn't know how hard to push bread down on something. He's just like, oh. It's like, okay. Have you never made a sandwich before? Well, that's SE polar. If you've not done it before, you really do have no idea how much force to use and shit. In that regard, my SE is way better than polar. But you see the similarities when it comes to something like me trying to figure out how to do a dance. How are they doing that? And ENTJ told me that he is really clumsy and he stressed it quite a bit. Maybe his third slot SE makes him extra aware of this. All right, well, if the person is really an ENTJ, he told you that he's clumsy without providing a single example of clumsiness to reference. And if you were to press him for examples of clumsiness to establish that he's correct about his self assessment there, then he'd probably be hard pressed to come up with any. And the ones he did come up with probably wouldn't impress you as especially clumsy. Wouldn't clumsiness also be related to bad TE? I don't think so, really. Because TE is about figuring out the logic of systems that have their own unique logic. So if you're engaging physically with, say, a succession of lifts and escalators that are turned on and off by different kinds of levers, buttons, switches, etc., that you have to, each of which requires you to figure out how the thing operates before you can move along to the next step. Well, TE polar is going to get stuck at problem number one, probably, right? But if you're moving through a physical environment with static objects, then that's straight up SE. You're extrovertedly sensing your environment. You're aware enough of your own body, the edges of it, the size and shape of it, that you know to duck at certain spots because the height of that thing you're coming up on might clip the top of your head or something. You see the thing and avoid it. When you're talking to whoever you're walking with, you aren't turned backwards like this talking and run into something, because you have just a general better frame of reference regarding extroverted sensing than that. You have an awareness of the risks of sensing in the wrong direction. The do a dance thing looks more like SI. Well, I think the do a dance thing is the border ground of SE and SI. On an SI level, my unconscious or ignoring NI doesn't let me feel as though I understand what these people are doing until I'm actually doing it myself and it looks the same. Well, the doing it myself is the SI experiencing part. The looks the same is the SE kind of NI-ish part, Using your fingers effectively looks a bit like a TE thing, but not primarily. Well, yeah, using your fingers correctly is not a TE thing necessarily. Like let's say playing the guitar. If you think guitar skills link to TE, then you probably make bad music, because, or you may be a competent musician, but you're a bad artist, because it is possible to learn how to play the guitar via a set of ordinated TE steps that include learning scales, learning meow, learning meow, learning meow. But if you're learning, if you find it satisfying or appealing to learn music like that, then you are going to have fundamentally the wrong frame of reference on music. You're never going to make anything very good, because you can't recipe art. You can't ordinate a set of steps to make good art. It has to have intuitive vision behind it. Well, I mean, TE is about figuring the shortest path to. Not necessarily. TE is about figuring out how to attain a goal or a solution. Sure, as a value, it upholds the value of efficiency, but it's also the case that for a lot of things, the thing that needs to be figured out you're going to figure it out by interfacing with the system, trying these things, looking at different stuff, seeing what this does by moving it a little bit, meow, 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 right? That kind of interface process may take a little time or a longer time. It's a necessary precondition to you solving the problem. And when I reduce it for testing purposes to ordinating a set of steps for a given task, that's a way of bypassing the need for me to have a present dynamic system with its own unique logic in order to test their TE. What is woo? Well, quantum woo is quantum nonsense, words that appeal to quantumness but don't mean anything. Any tips on how to objectively differentiate between INTJ and ENTJ? Well, it's a little tricky, right? I mean, you got SI polar versus FE polar. The FE 8th isn't going to be especially good, but an ENTJ presumably will be able to will be a better actor. Like, will be better able to convey sarcasm. Will be able better to distinguish how subtle variations in the tone of something you present represent different kinds of meanings. INTJ won't be very good at that. INTJ, if you say, what do you think about the following sentence to an INTJ? Everyone's doing everything wrong. And though you are very angry about it, you reveal nothing. That, if that's the first time you've seen that person smile in, say, months or whatever, they're an INTJ. That's a telltale sign of an INTJ. Every real INTJ I've ever met identifies, at least somewhat, with that sentence, and almost all of them are surprised because they feel abruptly completely understood. You will note that constitutes a stark difference between themselves and me. If I'm mad about something, well, nobody's going to remain unaware of that fact. I will express the fact that I'm mad about something. I'll talk about why I'm mad about it, how rich and chewy my madness is, at whom I think this anger ought to be directed, and what size helping of shame said person deserves for angering me. So if you said, Eric, do you identify with this sentence? Everyone's doing everything wrong, and though I'm raging inside about it, I'll reveal nothing. No, I don't feel that way at all. I think people are doing things by and large fine. They're just using words wrong. And it does make me mad. but, you know, I am very vocal about it. No, 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 I will say. You need to stop using words wrong. You have angered me with your failure. Scold, scold, scold. That's what I will say. You don't need to worry about that. But, like, most of the things that people do in the world, per se, they do very well. Like, I don't go to the grocery store and discover that the cashier is doing an incredibly shitty job of ringing up my items. You know, it's like if I hire a cleaning lady, I can reasonably expect them to clean. One of the most shocking things that people do, and much more successfully than you'd ever imagine, is drive. You know, the amount of accidents per hours of driving is tiny, given the fact that you've got a bunch of random people hurtling along at, say, 80 miles an hour, as is the case on, say, every freeway in Los Angeles, anytime the traffic allows. You know, you've got to be in the slow lane to be going 75. Anyway, and these people are prevented from crashing into each other by nothing but a dotted line painted between them in lanes that aren't that much wider than their car, sometimes not at all wider depending on what kind of car they have. And yet people manage to travel vast distances, spend many, many hours driving their cars, and rarely have ever gotten into accidents. It's crazy. So it's not like people are actually doing things wrong. And what an INTJ means when they say that is this, the whole approach to this is fundamentally flawed. Like, you know, an INTJ, in my opinion, I have no way of verifying this, but INTJ built this house and also put in the water towers to make a very small municipal water company called Mariposa Pines Water Company. It only provides water for like 3 roads: Snyder Creek, Snyder Ridge, Heights Cove. That's it. Maybe like Best Road too or something. I'm not sure. Double Eagle, which are just little offshoots off Heights Cove. So maybe a couple more places than just right here in Mariposa Pines, but very few places. The thing is, he obviously came in here, saw everybody on well water, and said, "You're doing it wrong. This is not a good way to get water. why don't we put water towers on the hill, make a municipal water company, everybody can pay a reasonably small amount of money per year. It's $600 a year for unlimited water. We do not have metered water, right? We pay $600 a year and use it however much water we feel like. Was he right that that was a better way to do things? Yes. And did he do it? Yes. And has everybody thereafter benefited from this? Yes. It's also the case that you have to come into a problem that's clearly defined and singularly solvable like that, right? And you have to have a small enough community that you can make a solid determination about the numbers and stuff, you know? You got to allow for the fact that some people are going to prefer to stay on well water unless you connect it to all the houses and make it optional to turn on, which I think is what they did. But the point is, if you go to a different, larger community that's got a variety of water solutions. Maybe some people have cisterns. Maybe they're drawing from a small reservoir that they've set up or something. Well, then it becomes a lot more complicated. Not everybody's got the same problem. No single solution is going to fit everybody. Muggity meow, muggity meow. So I think the reason that INTJs get angry at everybody doing everything wrong is because most of the time it's the case that there are problems that have solutions and ways that approaching those problems would be definitely preferable to other ways. But there's no avenue to implementing a real solution as there was here. The number of people one has to deal with is too large. The necessity for some sort of political action, which will often compromise away all of the NITE idea value in the first place. So, like, the individual mandate for healthcare is a very NITE idea. Idea. In that it says, okay, well, in the former status quo, and probably still in the status quo, we've got a problem of quote unquote free riders, people who don't get any health insurance, don't go to the doctor until they have an emergency, then go to the emergency room where the emergency room is required to treat them, but they don't have the funds to pay for their hospital bill. And then those people who do pay for health insurance and stuff, they end up covering the cost of those people. So then there was this idea, well, let's have an individual mandate that will make sure that there are no quote unquote free riders, and it should lower the healthcare cost for everybody. Because if implemented properly, even though I don't like the idea of an individual mandate and don't think it's constitutional and don't think that it's acceptable for the Supreme Court to have validated it, it is the case that if the individual mandate were for catastrophic health insurance, in other words, high deductible, low premium, like the equivalent of liability insurance for your car, then it would lower healthcare costs fractionally because of the reduction on the overall system's costs due to loss due to free riders. Okay, but because of political compromise, that idea got befouled into a bunch of requirements of the minimum amount of coverage health insurance can provide to people that is vastly in excess of of catastrophic health coverage, and it additionally codified the idea that they could somehow save money by doing preventative care, which is a fundamentally flawed notion, runs counter to everything we understand about human health, etc. Namely, people are healthy until they get sick, and we can only imagine that having gotten sick, it could have been prevented by doing meow, meow, meow. We can try to establish that meow, meow, and meow are all healthy or unhealthy behaviors, but to believe, for God knows what reason, that people are going to fundamentally alter their behaviors because they have more appointments with the doctor who presumably scolds them about their bad behaviors is fucking insane. So you had an NITE idea that had the potential to do what all good solutions do, uh, which is provide meaningful, significant solvency on a narrowly defined problem. As soon as you stop narrowly defining your problems, there's no way to avoid mission creep, right? No, preventative care is not effective. So, like, not cost effective. Okay. So, for example, making a health insurer cover things like wellness programs, yoga, acupuncture, shit like that is not absolutely not cost effective. You may say that it's effective in terms of making people healthier, but it's not cost effective at all to require health insurers to cover that kind of garbage. Right, but in terms of costs, right? So let's say you're talking about early screening for meow, right? Okay, so let's say you early screen for breast cancer in all women all the time. For every woman that doesn't get breast cancer at all, every single one of those screenings is nothing but a loss, right? We can screen for infinite possible things that we can screen for. There's a finite number of those, but there's never a time in which the doctor's going to say there are no further tests we can perform that might provide us some information or eliminate certain things or whatever, right? So we have to remember that um, that we can't eliminate market forces from medicine and serve anybody's interests financially or health wise, ultimately. By trying to remove market forces from medicine, the quality of care goes down for everybody because you've got medical professionals wasting most of their time performing wellness checks, uh, variety of tests and assessments that might find some horrible disease for which early prevention or early detection might be a big factor in then what? In ensuring a longer period of medical treatment and a later death. Well, that's not a cost effective way to do things. And I find it hard to believe that it's good for anyone's health to spend much time dealing with people in the medical profession unless one is already sick. It's definitely not good for one's mental health if one wishes to deal with intelligent people who approach a matter sanely and with somewhat of a nuanced perspective. So, yeah, I mean, we definitely don't want to mandate that. We don't want to require that to fulfill the individual mandate, it's insufficient for you to get catastrophic healthcare coverage. You need to get a plan that includes preventative healthcare that you may already know you have no intention of taking advantage of any of those things that it offers. Of course, the more you make accessing healthcare independent of market forces, the lower the percentage of healthcare that has any meaningful impact. Ergo, your dollars are spent less impactfully. Each one is less impactful than it otherwise would be. For everybody who engages in some kind of a wellness program, preventative care or whatever, and doesn't get sick, it's important to note that we cannot attribute their health to that preventative care and count it as an impact. It may or may not have had a factor in it, right? So I'm not engaging in what one would deem healthy behaviors, and maybe eventually I get cancer and die or whatever. But the point is, heretofore, had I done any, regular screenings, assorted other nonsense, preventative care, I would still be exactly where I am now. All that energy and time would have been wasted, and we would never be able to get those monies back. To the extent that it is detached from my pocketbook, or in other words, or to the extent that it makes good financial sense for me to access more health care because, after all, I want to get more than the amount of money I pay into my health insurance back in terms of healthcare product. Well, then I'm doing us, me, everything a huge disservice by just essentially becoming a tumor on the healthcare system with my anti-market um, forces paradigm and my generally pointless drain upon the attention and resources of medical professionals. Even if I get lucky, quote unquote, and turn out to have the horrible disease that they detect for, there are only some such diseases where early detection is the deciding factor in survival or whatnot. For almost all of those cases, you're dealing with something that maybe you live longer, but you're probably going to die anyway. Maybe breast cancer, it's like, okay, well, now we get to just chop off your boob rather than you die. And that's definitely preferable. There might be specific instances where you ought to prioritize that kind of thing. But you just can't live like that, right? Nobody should live like that. Nobody should live as though I'm going to assume that my body's like a car and I can go get it tuned up, get the oil changed, and then it'll last longer and be healthier. Your body is not like a car. You should not live with some sort of relationship with medical care unless you are actively sick. It's just like the cops. First, let there be a crime, then have the cops come. Same thing with healthcare. First, let you have a problem, then go deal with medical professionals. Checkups are insane, right? Nobody should go to the doctor for a checkup. How is it possible, if you have no problem that you can articulate to them, that they are going to determine something like a checkup that you can't determine yourself with? You're obviously have more access to the subjective data of your own body, even if your attentional manner is not suited to such. It's more than he has access to it. So it's time we change our attitudes towards medicine and doctors and stuff. Stop infantilizing ourselves and others and pretending as though we can successfully predict our health and well-being by
by doing some TE bullshit that some fucking TE doctor is convinced matters a lot. Listen, if you change your diet a little bit, you're gonna see a big change. And shut the fuck up. How the fuck do you know? You don't know what my body is gonna feel like. Piece of shit. I don't know why I'm even talking to you because I don't have anything wrong with me. So why am I at the doctor's, right? So I can listen to you not explain to me what you're doing and then get all defensive when I ask you questions about what exactly it is you're doing and why. No, that doesn't sound like a fun activity to me. With few exceptions, doctors are very stupid people. They do not deserve any teeniest fraction of the blind faith that people put into them. They should instead be met as a default response with scorn and socket injuring eye rolls. Those are the only two acceptable responses to doctors: is scorn and socket injuring eye rolls. That's how vigorously you're rolling your eyes. It's injuring your eye sockets. It's like, oh, please. If you were really smart, you wouldn't have a medical degree, you'd have a high school diploma. You would not have wasted your time and attention and energy on all that stupid school to get this dumbass job you have. Oh, I'm a general practitioner. People come to me, they have a cold. I tell them to drink lots of fluids. People come to me, they say, it stings when I pee. I give them penicillin. That's great. Shut up, Dr. Stupid. You need to jog more. Shut up, Dr. Stupid. Let me check your blood pressure. You check my dick pressure. How about that? Oh no, you're too hot. You're 104 degrees. I'm fine, motherfucker. Just a little sweaty. You know, almost dead. But I'm sure it'll be fine. What do you prescribe? Nice cold drink? Yeah, your arm is broken. That's what you sound like. My arm is broken. Maybe it's being a pussy right now. I don't know how to fix that. Just yell at it till it cries. I'm just playing. I don't hate doctors that much. I acknowledge plenty of circumstances in which it's good to have doctors. Crony capitalism. Well, just make sure, Jeremiah Fix, that you never purchase anything from a friend, because I don't want you to be a hypocrite, and that would comprise crony capitalism. Where in the world does healthcare play like a free market? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm saying if we wanted to do what's best for everybody, we would allow as many market forces into healthcare as possible, and remove as much as possible this cost inflating middleman called insurers, right? Uh, Make doctors operate like other professionals do. Allow them to earn their money according to their level of skill compared against other doctors, you know? It's like that's how Dr. Ingram earns his money. Rachel had health insurance for a decade, was treated just like a cash cow by Mercy Medical Center. She came to LA. We paid out of pocket to hire a doctor, paying him with our money. And what happens when you do that? Then you can expect fucking results, right? Because you're paying them with your money that otherwise you wouldn't pay. You can hold such doctors accountable. Hold on, motherfucker. I paid you meow amount of dollars to solve this problem. Now you solve it. You can't do that with insurance companies. Go like, well, I don't doubt that my doctor, for example, takes money from some kinds of insurance, but it's also the case, KE, and this is not anecdotal, that if you pay out of pocket, you have the following argument at your disposal. I paid for your service, and I expect you to provide an adequate version of it. If you're paying with insurance, I expect you to provide an adequate version of it or issue me a refund, right? As a customer who pays out of pocket, you can make that demand. You cannot make that demand as a customer who's paying with insurance. And that's not anecdotal at all. That's structural. That's the power that actually paying for something provides you in all circumstances, right? It's not specific to any Eric story. Because really, that's how everybody ought to understand healthcare. You are hiring a professional to provide a service. The only reason anybody should ever hire a professional to provide a service is because they need a specific service performed, right? I'm not going to hire a plumber to come out and find plumbing problems that I don't have. That would be silly. And also, if I'm going to hire a plumber, I'm going to expect him to earn the money that I pay him. I'm going to expect him to provide me an estimate for the work that's fairly consistent, at least, with the actual cost. And I'm going to expect the work performed to fix the problem. I have plenty of other anecdotal evidence, such as being a private debate coach. What can you rarely attain by going to a public school or even a private day school? You can rarely attain a debate coach who will make even your very talented kid win. Where can you attain that? You hire a private debate coach who's a private debate coach because he's too good to accept the shitty job that is offered by a day school, right? In other words, I don't want to have to also teach English and proctor the lunch once a week or whatever. I'm a specialist. So, what's the difference between me and someone who's working for a school? I'm accountable directly to the clients. Somebody who's working for a school is only accountable indirectly. And parents complaining about a teacher is as ineffective a thing as ever, right? Admin don't want to be pushed around like that.
Admin want to show that they're supporting their teachers, etc. When it's like a private after-school program, you better pull your shit, right? You better provide results because you're charging more for a couple hours, a couple times a week, than the parents pay in a whole year for the entire day worth of school if they go to public school. So you better perform. Same thing, right? If you think that removing market forces is a good idea, then you must think that public education is fantastic. And there are certain things for which market forces ought to be removed, such as matters that are expressly the jurisdictional concern of the state, such as maintaining the roads, maintaining the jails and the criminal justice system, and the army. Those things ought never be privatized at all, right? Only injustice occurs when you try to privatize those things. On the other hand, things that are not infrastructural, systems of sustaining justice or systems of sustaining national sovereignty, but instead are things that individual people are supposed to benefit from, it does zero good whatsoever to remove market forces. It only does harm. Makes it more expensive for everybody. So it's like, let's say I do come down with terminal cancer. It's vastly more expensive than it should be for me or whatever per party is paying it because of insurance companies, because of the idea that everybody has to have this ongoing relationship with a doctor regardless of whether there's anything wrong with them. That notion drives up the cost of everything for everybody. If you look at the economics, like healthcare is the second or third biggest sector in the American economy, which is insane because it's not producing anything, right? It's not. You could say it's doing some of the work it's doing is meaningful for some of the people it's treating, but because they've removed the market forces from that, it's 80% waste. The money spent on healthcare, 80% waste. 80% goes to insurers, unnecessary doctor visits, preventative care, screenings, just a bunch of garbage, So it's unfortunate that idealists and their dreams of a more mechanistic biology than exists cause us all so much harm, Nobody, and when professionals are removed from accountability, when there's a cushion layer between them and actually having to fix things or solve problems to get paid, right? It's like I'd be better off doing it this way. Okay, you doctors can bid on this job of fixing me. If you don't fix the problem, though, you will not be paid. So if you think this is an unfixable problem, then don't bid. If you think you can fix it, but it's a big hassle, then bid high, right? That's how health insurance should be. That's how healthcare should be dealt with. Why are not doctors forced to compete for my business? Like, how is anyone well served by the idea that you sort of randomly get a doctor based on what health insurance you have. If you don't like them, maybe you change doctors. No, no, motherfuckers, no. Hold those sons of bitches accountable, for fuck's sake. Can you imagine going to the dentist and paying for a root canal? And at the end of it, they said, yeah, well, we looked at it some more and we decided we couldn't do the root canal. Okay, don't worry. We're going to bill your insurance $1,800. Oh, okay, no problem. So should I come back again? Yeah, come back next time. Maybe we'll be able to do it. Of course, nobody has dental insurance, right? Because that's insane. If I'm going to pay you to fill my cavity, before I write you a check, you have to do what? You have to have filled my fucking cavity. Not run some more tests, not stood around and mused about other things we could bill the insurance for, not simply instructed me, you need to take your wife to the hospital right now. Why? Oh, because I did a sonic test on this tooth and I don't like these readings. Well, what do they mean? They mean you should go to the hospital. But why? I mean, like, does this normally precede a, heart attack or something? No. So why are you telling me that? Just trust me and my doctorhood to go to the hospital. After all, it's not going to cost you anything. You've got insurance. Thanks, you piece of shit. Right? We can all agree with all of this. It makes perfectly good sense. Once again, Eric delivers the truth. I gotta go get more cigarettes. I'm out of cigarettes. I guess what I'll do is briefly go into the garage before I go get more cigarettes. Smoke one of those butts in there. And prepare myself spiritually and emotionally to leave the house to go get more cigarettes. I also need to get in touch with like a foundation crack repair person. Which is kind of a specific job. I'm not sure if Mariposa has one of those on hand. But maybe somebody who does concrete work, schedule time for them to come out and give me an estimate on. Unlike doctors, I'm going to have a sane relationship with this person. It's like I got to pay my current doctor, whom I like a lot, keep in mind. Like the best doctor in the world. I paid him the other day $250 for a 15 to 20 minute long conversation, resulting in no change to my medication. It's a racket, I enjoyed the conversation. I get that that's the TE of this whole thing, right? Like, in order to prevent me from just consuming vast quantities of Adderall all the time, I'm required to go through this gatekeeper who gives me permission for meow amount of Adderall, meow amount of times, So I go through that process, but it's ridiculous in the sense that it's predicated on the idea that you can legislate health like that.
Well, if you're on one of these scheduled drugs, you have to meet with a doctor every 3 months. Why? Doesn't matter how long I've been on it for. Because it's bad. It's too much like drugs you do for fun. It's exactly like it is drugs I do for fun. Ah, exactly. You're not supposed to do it for that reason. So you mean whether or not it's good for me to do drugs depends on why I want to do them? Yes. If you like it, it's bad. Well, I hate Vicodin. Should I do a bunch of it? No, because then you might start to like it. Oh. Well, thanks. Thanks, drug wisdom dispenser. Always dispensing wisdom about drugs from your infinitely flowing wisdom dispensary. I greatly appreciate you determining what's best for me. I'm being ironic, obviously, sarcastic, if you will. Anyway, so the point is, everything I'm saying is correct. I haven't even read anything you're saying, so I've had no chance to encounter it being rebutted. Should you have offered any rebuttals, I'm sure they were wrong. I concede I could be wrong about them being wrong. I'd have to read them to find out. But I'm not going to do that right now because I just want you all to enjoy the rich, brothy broth of truth that I've served you in my bowls of homespun insight and wisdom. And I have to go now because I have to go to the store to get more cigarettes. And there's just no getting around that, you know. So off I go. Wee. See you later. And drink my pee. Don't literally, but you know, if you like that sort of thing. If not, then maybe just enjoy what you enjoy.